That was actually a pretty good start to the day. I'll shut the music off because honestly, the game's going to come up in a moment, and you're simply going to listen to that wonderful World of Warcraft music and sound effects anyway. So why even bother? You can hear the game's already pretty much started up. The moment I need to find the microphone because it's currently not operating as it should. There we go. Let's just head into a game, shall we? Ah, there we go. Much better. Demo Vito is ready again. It's been a week now, I think. It's been a while. I've been busy with other stuff. Hey, man, how are you doing? Welcome back. Nice to have you around again. Alright, get this up and running. Alright. Not much. I've been spending most of the day in the garden doing housework and stuff, planting some new plants, picking up stuff, getting everything ready for planting, and then fixing my wall, the grout in the wall, which has been, honestly, been hell. Alright, so Thursday is actually going to be City Skylines again. City Skylines is definitely part of it. Right now I'm just taking a little bit of a break, doing something else. I was thinking today that I wanted to do Springdale, but I just figured, you know what, let's do a little bit more of this that I'm actually really enjoying, and then we'll take it from there. So City Skylines is coming back on Thursday.
You need something?
All this leather, or we'll claim all that while still we'll pick that up.
Have a good one.
Let's have a look.
Thank you.
What do we have here? What? A handful of it. Yeah. Hi, man. See you. I really should play more City Skylines again. Like, how are we doing? Really have managed to get really far ahead of me. Packle is also ahead of me, even though he restarted. Jesus Christ. I've really been... I've been away for quite a few days, honestly. So yeah, I guess that's why. Get back into it, though. Oh, we need to kill the Gorge Husky anyway, so... Oh my god. Really? Warriors. Gotta love them. Well, no, you don't got to love warriors. You can actually hate them as much as you want. I personally don't really
I need to get closer.
feel like I have any preference for warriors. See, there we go. Immediately, as soon as he sees me pull that, he just decides he wants that. I'm level 11. Okay, I really shouldn't be out here. Necessarily, should I? You know what I really should do, honestly? Wasn't that what I talked about? Wasn't that heading to Loch Modan, honestly, with all the people around here? You guys are never really all that great, yeah. Yes, yes. Sweet. And too high level for me, Silver Leaf. Like, maybe it is just a better idea to just simply go over to Loch Modan. But maybe that's what I'll actually do. Let me think. Again, really too many people, honestly. But we're just gonna do it because the run is gonna take ages. So we're gonna go to Lockmodan anyway. We're gonna to towards Lockmodan, do some quests in around around the more, and then take it from there. Yeah, that reminds me. Probably should check if I could.
Have you come seeking training in the ways of armed combat?
Let's do that just because while swords might not be necessary right now, it'll help later, and that staff is an extra. It's actually extra for me. Staff gives me extra stamina. Let's see if we can't get this sorted out. Those stringy wolf means and chunk of boar meat, so we should actually find a place where we can just get those 6 levels in as well. Oh, no Warlock. No. Killed by Vendigo, of course. We killed by Cobalt Tunneling. Oh, he went into a tunnel. Your fault. Human Warlock killed by Coyote in Westfall. Oh, new. E-ball, you need to be better. Do, 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 do. Hey, can I actually use the braziers? I don't remember if I can or not. I can. Let's do that. Oh, emails. Emailing. Oh, nobody important. Just spam mails again. So we got a long way to run, so we're going to go through here. We're not really going to do any of these quests. We're going to protect the herd. Could do those, but we're going to do those two. We're going to try and do the lost pilot, and yeah, as we do the lost pilot, we're going to head up here, hand that in, and then we're going to do the trucks and shit. Anything that's basically not too harsh on us. Oh my god, people are dying left, right, and center right now. Cobalt miner. By Prolite. Oh, dude. Warlock, you should not be dying to a Prolite level 8. Night Elf. Killed by Ragnaros, a level 10 Hunter was killed by Ragnaros. How the hell? Jesus Christ. Right, so we're looking for herbs and we're just looking to run pretty much. Really are dropping like flies. That's interesting. You heading for it? Oh, me. I definitely want those things. Okay, so they're heading out to do the quest. Protecting the herd, not really going to be worth standing in queue for that, especially since you have no instant cast as a warlock. There we go. Let's get some earth roots instead. We need those. I'll attempt. That's nice. You could technically do. Technically, I could do tailoring and leather working, but that really won't give me any benefits. Alchemy later on will be big as well. So I think I'll always change professions at one point, but we'll see how it goes. Line system is generally not something I enjoy spending time doing. Yeah, what do we get from this quest? Yeah, you've taken it upon yourself. Nobody cares what you've taken. Yep. We can just go right down here. Onward to the next one. Overconfidence wasn't that what they said on the forum is what kills most warlocks. You need to be a little bit careful. Overconfidence will kill you. Probably right. Okay, that was just like a minuscule little problem there. Again, not really a fan of going in here, but gotta do what you gotta do. Let's bandage him up. I'm gonna send you in. You can take the other guy. These are the guys I'm mostly interested in anyway. Okay, that didn't go on him, that's annoying. Ooh. You're in trouble, buddy. What? I'm gonna help you. Simply because I'm a nice person, I'm gonna help you. I think maybe running a little too big of a risk going in here. We've got accrued some rested experience. That's actually pretty nice. All of these are skull thumpers. Yeah, oh, there's an earth root over here. Definitely want that, and an earth root over there. We'll take them both.
I need to get closer.
Oh, skull thumper. All skull thumpers respawning. We don't really care about them. Want the earth root. We want the herbs. I get out of here. That's pretty much all there is to it. Might as well just pick them up. Like, if earth roots are available, we take them. Like, one of the things was getting to lock Modan, another thing was getting herbs, and the third thing was getting levels. So the plan is pretty much working out, right? It's... Why do I have aggro on you? I did not pull you, as far as I could see. That's okay. There's some murdering, it's okay. I need some, I'm gonna need some of this anyway. I need soul shards anyway. Soul shards are useful. Rip. Jeez, that's not good for you. Oh, it's so young.
You got my attention.
Peace Bloom will take that. Definitely could use that. The herbs. Yes. I know it's not the biggest priority, but better than nothing. Ta-da! Do-do-do-do-do. The only ambushes here. Looks like it. Earth root over here. Which I definitely want. For the levels, if nothing else. Oh, look at that. More Peace Bloom and Silverleaf. There's a Bone Snapper here. Only one though. I don't really know if it's worth going for. Oh, here we go. Frostbite stuff. Would have been brilliant a while back, but well, no. It sucks a little bit. Hey, you heard, buddy. So, I'm gonna pop that. I thought that was something that might give me something to do. Perfect. Some more truggies over here, apparently. Oh, snap. Perfect. That's what I need. Oh, and you're on my way. It's perfect. Really, I'm enjoying this, I have to admit.
I'm out of range.
Perfect, just need one more. Fortunately, he's surrounded, but I think I can pull him out if I'm quick here. Hopefully nobody else follows him. Hey, look at that. Hey, got a quest on. That means a ding. I can say that again. That means we're going to level up to level 12. And that in down there. Then make our ways to Lockwood Dam, do quests on the way, and profit. And get rid of some of this, that would be brilliant as well. Really don't want to pick up that silver leaf. I kind of want it, but it's not like I need it. Right now, like the weak troll bloods potion is what I'm going for, so Peace Bloom is the mainstay, but I'm not really getting loads of those, so there is Earthroot over here, which we'll definitely need for the minor mana potion. No, we don't need that, but we will need that later on, so. And it gives us levels. Alchemy levels. Wave. Hi, little buddy.
How are ya? See you soon.
Hey, and level 12. Boom. That's another point. And improved corruption. Celebrate. Woohoo! So look, is that Earthroot? Again, levels. Okay, you went for that one. Okay. That was VW. I need 2 more herbalism for 50. That means we can start doing Bruceweed. Silver Leaf still is yellow, so we're going to go with that one. And that's just Mage Royale and Bruceweed we'll be going for. Mage Royale a lot, honestly. The fact that Peace Bloom is so hard to come by right now, that's actually a little bit annoying. I have to remember not to go south, I have to go north here. You're gonna head for the Silver Leaf? Yes, you are. I'll leave that for you then. The main thing I want is the Elixir of Wisdom and the regeneration. Like, those are my mainstays right now. Oh yeah, level 50. We've got a decent chunk of way to go, but like 1/6 of the way there. Right, so here is where I want to angle upwards instead of downwards because I want to do the missing pilot. Or the lost pilot. We angle upwards instead of heading south. Lots of running. I don't know how many people there are. If there's a queue up here, we're going to skip the lost pilot as well. But I think it's definitely doable. I think Many 3 is definitely heading for it. Can I head? Oh, god damn it. Look at all these people here.
How are you?
Yeah, I think we got a long ass way to go before we get that. I don't even think it's worth fighting for. Annoying the Warlocks don't have an instant cast that deals damage right away. We can at least go to the body. Then. Main. Let's dance with him. So, if there's any reaction. Yeah, okay, so we're going into a we're going into full mode now. Yeah, we got so many people here now. It's gonna turn this off again because it's gonna drive me nuts. Didn't get it. Did Priest get it? Oh my god. Spit. Alright. This was my problem. I knew this many people would turn up here. Range. Who got it? Fuck off! Isn't this nice? Alright, well, look you. Pretty sure one of them is gonna. I think. Pretty sure Sapporo is gonna go in and injure it. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, I knew it. Immediately went for it, didn't he? Ow. Come on up and that to get that. Boom. Right. Good luck, all. That was pretty nice, though. That was pretty nice, though. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to put my goddamn Philips shoes, my room lighting correctly. Oh my god, there we go. Look at that. That matches the stream and everything. So getting that quest was not really all that worth it, but you know, gonna help out ever so slightly.
Interest you on a pint?
And we'll get that dagger.
What's your back?
Do right over here to do Stonepike's delivery and Stonepike's order. And then back in here to do some of those. I love. Well, actually, other than the fact that I don't have an instant cast, being a Warlock is pretty awesome. Hmm.
You got my attention.
Compact order.
Off with you. Here there.
Depends we need to do that anyway. That's a little bit dangerous, but we'll keep that, honestly. Do. This feels... actually feels pretty good. Let's see how long it feels good though. Oh. I will say this, I've gotten so much sun, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna completely have a ruined back tomorrow. I had to do that before reaching level 12. Okay, sweet. I did it. So even sweeter. Oh my god, a gnome died. No. Riverport Brute. Oof, dang, bro. Gnolls are notoriously horrible. Right. Yeah. Rat catching. We'll definitely pick that up when we can. Blood sausage. Definitely also a nice one.
What's on your mind?
Before we do that, let's build some stuff here. That's nice.
Watch your back.
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground.
Thank you. I will keep my feet on the ground, or something else. I don't know how to do a Scottish accent. We have over here
Great to meet you.
rat catching. Oh yeah,
Keep your feet on the ground.
sweet. Baby Jesus. These be some good quests. Hey, how are you doing?
Great to meet you.
Great to meet you.
Off with you.
Ooh, I get a flip right laugh back. I like it. Gracias, buddy boy. I need to go back and train as well. Like, what have I actually? What am I learning here at level 12? Shadow Bolt. Ooh, yes, that's definitely health funnel. Oh, those are definitely helpful. Yeah, back we go. Can always come back and pick up these quests in a little while.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
Yes, I need to ride back to Ironforge. Thank you. I even make a little bit of a gold off that. I love it. I always love it. See, Warlock, level 1. Ah, okay, simply just a spammer, okay. Any gnomes who have fallen to light piece? Nope. The gnomes are simply just too powerful to die. They simply tank it, take it, and just laugh at in the face of danger. That's what gnomes do. Or they run away and stay alive. That could also be what gnomes do. I'm honestly not sure. Gnomes have a tendency to do both, honestly. We do some embedding options here. Yeah, panels. Boom. Quest is over there. The slaughtered lamb already gone there. But why not?
Great to meet you. Be good.
Yeah. And fly back.
No. See you soon. Safe travel.
Ease, I love it. Oh, really do hurt. There we go. Let's pull the stream up again there, so I can actually see what's going on. Oh my god. I really need to FT off my back again.
Hi. Safe travels. What's on your mind?
Don't need you. Definitely don't need you. Gonna be already in the upgrade phase for you. Intelligence a little bit. I really don't need you. There. 2 backspaces there. Right, let's have a look. What makes the most sense? Tunnel Rat is Defense of the King's Land. We're gonna go pick those up as well, and then we'll start doing some quests here. Ooh, traveling merchant, what do you sell?
I've the finest wares
Yeah.
in the land.
That's what you sell. Nothing.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Definitely viable. Hey, did my Voidy disappear? Did I get the... No, I didn't. So taking a flight path makes Voidy disappear and Voidy does not come back and I don't get a refund on the soul shot. Yay. Every time I get on a flight path I have to be worried about that.
Safe travels.
Right, so those are trucks. Doom, doom, doom. Let's summon Voidy. Oh no, I forgot to train when I was 9 Forge. Fuck off. This is why I will not make it 260. Well, one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons I won't make it to 60. Wanna hit? Ah, probably too many people up there. Let's not go with it. Let's not go. Okay. Let's get some damage in on him. Be more than enough for the kill here. Do, 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 do.
I need to get closer.
Ooh, chest.
It's too far away.
Oh, holy shit. I'm doing easy mode anyway, so sweet of him to ask or talk about it. Definitely go look at it at some point, Mishaka. I promise you, if you offer it, then it's a completely new character, so. Yeah, I need to pump this one in there. Because my Void Walker just died. Then I need to just take it at a run because that guy's gonna fuck me over with his little health and no health stone. So, oh, another truck right over there. I need to reset this. There we go. Let's start plopping that one in. I'm doing this on, as I said, I am doing this on easy mode. Just block one of those there. There we go. Yeah, let's pull out of this because there are so many of them here. Let's make a drink. Well, you know what? There's a scout down here, and I'm just gonna take. I had my own little hiding spot there, and then these guys came along and ruined it. No, that's just the way it is. Zombie Shaka will be calling in a minute. Scout. Second to last scout. Ooh, starting to get some crits on those. That's actually pretty sweet. Last scout. We really don't need that, so let's just leave him alone. No, leave him alone. What's that one that said? Trucks we want. Now, just need 4 more of those. Take the time. It takes the time it takes. Okay, there's a lot of scouts around there. There's a truck out there in the open. Hey buddy, wanna play with me and my Woody? Got another soulstone down. Find so many scouts, that would be great. I guess those are the first one that people run out of, so. That's not actually all that great, honestly, but okay. We do that. I want, because we can make more. Come with me. Need you out of there because I need you to heal up. Hey! Maybe really quickly go back and sell. Packs are full, so we might as well go back and sell some shit and get to safety so I can get more to drink. Got a single spider acre. Oh, gracias, my dude. Empty out packs and all that.
Great to meet you.
The Spellbinder cloak is probably better than what I'm wearing, yep.
See you soon. You got my attention.
No, oh, thank God.
How are ya?
All spider legs, I'm not gonna bother with those anyway.
Safe travels.
Let's then here I'm gonna get a drink. I'm back. There we go. I haven't heard from Mishaka, but we'll keep going. Those truck teeth are definitely going to help, but we still need 2 more trucks before. Oh, we need more. We want 3 more trucks as far as I remember, yeah. I feel normal. I always laugh at when it says that because I'm never normal. A truck? Oh, get that before I do.
It's too far
Yeah.
away.
But there's another one over there. Go for that one.
I'm out of range.
I need that truck. I need truck. Not scout. Come on. Let's see what we can find over here. Don't split a truck. Go for it. That one got resisted or something. Annoying. A few of these. Tiger's eye. One more truck and I am out of here. Scouts all around. Annoying. There we go, spider acre. Need that. Because you know what? One of those health stones really will help. It's that simple. One more truck and we're good. There we go, Mishaka is calling. Hello.
Yo, dude.
What's up?
Well, nothing much really. Just eating strawberries, playing WoW, and AFKing in RuneScape. That is how I spend my valuable free time.
Sounds like, honestly, sounds like better than what I spend my free time on.
But you know, it's not too bad. I'm not really complaining.
But still, no, it felt more like a flex than it felt like a complaint, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. How'd you spend your free time these days?
Well, today, honestly, I drove for about an hour to pick up a tree, a peach tree, some herbs, and some tomato plants and some chili plants. And then I went home and then I just simply planted that and filled up like a ton, and I'm not kidding, a metric ton of fucking soil into a raised bed, and then just planted everything.
Okay.
And
all for yourself or
yeah,
for missus?
just for myself, yeah.
All right. All right.
And then not just to stop it there, I then decided to mix up some mortar and fix up the broken grout in my the broken grout around my in my house. So basically all the break grout in between the bricks, because we got burrower bees.
Be good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, decided to fix those up. And yeah, that's pretty much my day. So I'm completely knackered and ruined and in pain all over.
And you figured it was a good way to spend your time to disappoint yourself by dying in hardcore WoW, and then feeling like you lost even more.
Yeah, because like I'm doing this on easy mode, so I'm not really worried.
Easy mode?
Yeah, playing Warlock.
Oh right, yeah. I mean, what would I have expected?
Well, considering I'm the one who self-flatulates and shit like that normally, flatulates,
Yeah.
and you would basically be seeing me as a warrior or some shit, or doing the naked challenge on a warrior.
There actually such a thing as the naked challenge, is there?
Yes, there is, where you're not allowed to wear any gear.
Only a weapon, I take it.
Yeah, I think so. And even then, it has to be a white weapon, as far as I remember.
Oh, fuck me. Holy shit.
Yeah, and people aren't having that much fun with that one.
No, that's a restriction that's gone a little bit overboard in my opinion. But you know,
I'm in a guild with a guy who apparently has decided to do the pacifist challenge. So as a priest, he's only allowed to use a fishing rod. He's having a lot of fun with that too.
Well, he can still use offensive spells. Or...
Yeah. But he's not allowed to have a main hand weapon other than a fishing rod.
I mean, that's a realistic
Yeah, I was a little disappointed when I read about it. I also thought, okay, you're only allowed to use a fishing rod, no spells. That's gonna be fun for a priest.
Yeah, exactly.
And
But with
then
spells,
the spells, I just went, okay, well, how is that different from like just playing normally? Like weapons don't matter all that much in classic anyway.
no, exactly. Give yourself maybe like a 15% damage reduction or something overall.
Yeah,
It's not too bad.
but yeah, no.
But I am honestly really enjoying Hardcore WoW a lot more than I thought I would. Like it's just it's brought back that enforced attachment to your character that you had when you were younger, but now it's because you just can't allow yourself to die. Yeah?
It's true. I just needed something to relax, honestly. That was pretty much it. Something where I can pretty much turn my brain off while playing. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Have you been playing any, or what were you playing before you jumped back on?
Mostly retail and then streaming some city skylines and doing shit like that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm pretty much just in relaxation mode at the moment.
Right.
Like just games where I don't really have to worry about too much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what I've been doing for RuneScape for a few months. Old school RuneScape, of course.
Of course.
But I'm starting to close in on like high or to 90 stats on the group Ironman
Okay.
project that me and a Norwegian buddy started.
Okay.
So we're getting to the point where we might be able to actually do some content soon. 4 months in.
And no, I haven't really I've never really gone back to that game at all.
It's not bad, to be honest. Like the
No,
Jagex.
don't think it is. I just don't see myself playing it again.
Oh, that's fair enough.
The grind is just too much for me.
Yeah. It is very time consuming, but a lot of it can be AFK.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I don't really like about games is the AFK aspect of it. Like because that makes me just want to create a macro and do shit instead.
I know what you mean.
Which is also one of the reasons I'm really enjoying Dragonflight at the moment is because flying is no longer just an AFK mindless chore. You actually have to think about using your flying mount.
Yeah.
So what did you end up choosing as your character?
I am playing a mage, frost mage right now.
Ah, okay. And have you sinned against the continuum and chosen to play it as anything other than a gnome?
Yes, I'm playing undead.
Oh no.
I mean, horde for life. That's just how it is.
But Alliance is so much better.
If I'm really unlucky here, by the way, I might have just killed myself.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm alive.
Ooh, that was lucky.
Yeah, I'm deep in level 30 territory when I'm level 26. And I resisted like 6 spells on a fucking satyr. So I'm
yeah, not a good time.
If I would have had to run, I would have died.
Like I did like 2 play sessions and got to level 11 and then decided to take like a week off and haven't touched the game since. And now I'm just back and I'm just again really just annoyed at how many people there are in the low level zones.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to the quest, like the one quest mob that you have to tag all the time. There's 20 people standing waiting for it.
Especially as a warlock because I don't have an instant cast spell.
Yeah. And there's always 2-3 rogues standing there super ready to just snag it.
Go nuts, yep.
Can't beat it. Not even as a mage I could beat it.
No,
I can't carry anymore.
you can't carry anymore. Well then, don't complain about it. Buy some bigger bags.
Oh shit. Fuck do I do this?
When do I get like next level 16 is my next life tap. Fuck off. Way too low.
Do you have dual screens by the way?
Sorry?
Do you have multiple screens by the way?
Yeah.
I might as well stream my imminent demise.
There we go. Ah, sweet. Ah, okay, you are really going all out, aren't you?
A little bit.
That's a dangerous area to be in.
Yeah, and everything's level 30
Yeah.
as well. 32 there even. Oh shit. Okay. You know what? While I still have the chance to regret my decision, I'm bailing. Fuck it.
Probably a good idea. Otherwise, we start that duel way earlier than we any of us had intended.
Because I don't actually know this quest either. I don't know this quest point. I've never been there, so I don't know the route there or how it looks. Otherwise, maybe I could have. But fuck it. I'm pussying out.
I would do the exact same.
It's so easy when you've played Classic a fair bunch and leveled, you know, like a handful or two handfuls of characters. Just go about your business and do it as usual with no care in the world.
Yeah.
And so it's easy to, even for just like 10 minutes, to fall into the who cares, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, right, if I die, he's over.
Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself that constantly.
Have you had any close calls so far?
Yeah, one, because I was basically just an idiot who wasn't paying attention to what I was supposed to be doing.
Okay.
I decided to stand in the middle of Westfall doing nothing, or not. That wasn't actually Westfall, it was one of the knolls, I think, and I just stood there like a muppet, looking at it, rather than attacking it for like half an hour.
Yeah. Okay.
Great
Fair
to
enough.
meet you. Safe travels.
Yeah, a little bit of idiocy has to be there, you know?
Yeah. Have you seen any of these montages of hardcore clips that are being put out? Yeah. Speaking of stupid, some people really deserve to die.
Oh yeah, definitely. My favorite, and this probably makes me an evil person, is actually Gussie dying on his Gussie dying on his Warlock.
Oh, where was that?
He had his max level Warlock. It was in Burning Steppes, I believe. He was farming the imps just for lols, and he life tapped a couple of times, and then he then he started to move and fat fingers demonic rune.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for the man because he was so proud of that Warlock, but at the same time it was like, dude, you're an idiot. One thing you don't need as a fucking Warlock is demonic rune.
And the fact that it took him, it took him like 30 seconds. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it is.
Fat finger demonic rune. I was standing there going, dude, you're an idiot. Why would you have that on your bar?
Yeah.
But he to be fair though, that was what he was saying to himself. It says, why do I have this on my bar?
Yep.
I was like, yeah, I don't know why you have that on your bar. You are just a moron.
Well, hindsight is 2020.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, no, so far no close calls, but then again, like, what have I played? 13 hours, I think, 14 hours?
Yeah.
But I can like the hardcore forum or the Warlock hardcore forum does warn you about one thing in particular, and that's getting cocky on the Warlock, because you do get cocky on the Warlock. Because the Warlock is just like unkillable if you play it correctly. But then you start getting so cocky that you start over pulling, like I've just done. I've just pulled 3 mobs in a row, or in the same pull, right? And like I'm pretty sure that under any normal circumstances I can handle that. And then I see my Void Walker going down, like fuck it. So I know I can do it, but at the same time it's like fuck. If that Void Walker dies, I'm screwed.
Yeah. But how does the sacrifice of Void Walker work in?
Oh, I don't have that yet.
Oh no, I know. I'm just wondering, does it work in the sense that you get a percentage of its remaining max health, or do you get?
Yeah.
It is that way still.
It is that way, yeah.
Okay. No bueno.
200%, I believe it is.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I actually play Warlock in retail as well.
Did you see what I almost did here, by the way?
Yeah, I saw you walking towards those cards.
Oh shit.
You are a braver man than I am.
That could have ended.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. I just decided to sit down and drink in the middle of a fucking kobold camp.
Yeah. And then 3 respawns around you, and you're like...
Yeah, because I've just cleared out a pack of 4, remember? So.
Yep.
And with a half-health Void Walker, I'm not really making this any better. Okay, why am I still standing in here?
I do seem to remember, though, and I might be incorrect, but I do seem to remember that in the initial... When vanilla was a thing before it became legacy servers,
Yeah.
Didn't respawn on general mobs have anything to do with the population of people online at all?
It does. So it actually is pretty okay.
Because I don't feel that now at all. Like, it feels like the respawn times are actually pretty damn long right now.
Not really, from what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Like, named mobs and shit respawn relatively quickly, so... But still, like, some of them are still 7-8 minutes long, you know, but...
Yeah.
It does depend, I guess. It does depend. Again, like, 14 hours in, what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, you probably have a pretty good grasp when it doesn't take you long to see the pattern of how long it takes to spawn. It's just...
No, it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
But then again, that's the fun of vanilla. It is pretty simple to play.
Yeah, it is. The one thing I'm not a massive fan about, though, is that you can only do the dungeons once. Like, I get it,
yeah.
but it's also kind of like...
Why?
Yeah.
Like, hardcore, isn't that also about making it as challenging as possible? That's what I'm thinking? Okay, fuck you. Because, like, going into a dungeon multiple times can be relatively dangerous.
Yeah.
You know what, Google? You really don't want to ask me how satisfied I am with my Google Voice command right now.
Yeah.
Like, we've had massive issues with our Nest the last couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're starting to do some weird shit. Like, we're not talking to them at all. Like, not saying any words that could be miscommunicated or misunderstood as that, and it still reacts. So it's, and then it's not reacting other times.
What the shit?
Yeah, so it's a little bit weird right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, start giving me some gear, please. The only green gear I've gotten so far has been warrior gear.
Okay.
And then the Hogger quest staff, that's about all I've gotten so far. because agility is so much fun on a Warlock.
It is. What the fuck? Where is this vial? I'm supposed to have a fucking vial this to fill it, but I don't.
You need to get one of the vials carried by the Dryads near the Ravenwood retreat.
Oh yeah,
So you probably haven't picked that up yet.
I have not. Where the fuck is that?
Hey, another warrior tunic. Fuck off. I'm telling you, if I was playing a warrior, I would be the best fucking geared warlock or warrior on the server right now.
You mean the best level 1 geared warlock on the
Or
server?
warrior. Lately, yeah, probably also at level 13, honestly. Holy shit. The amount of gear I've gotten for a warrior is insane. Like 3 training swords and then just like 2 notched swords of strength. Like it just keeps going. But however, I still haven't gotten any bear meat, which, yay. Okay, do the tunnel rat ears just never drop or something? Shit.
Which quest are you on?
It's the kobolds in Loch Modan, like the tunnel rats. Like,
Oh, you're playing.
they just.
You play
I'm a
Lions.
gnome. Like, you know what? I'm Demo DeVito, you know?
Yeah. Danny DeVito.
Yeah, but it's called Demo DeVito, you know? And then we have my shaman, which of course is Shami DeVito, so which is still level 1.
Yeah.
Every level 1 character I've made so far that's just not been played is named after Danny DeVito in some respect. Unfortunately, the Horde doesn't have any dwarves or gnomes like characters at this point, so kind of ruins the immersion a little bit.
Well, it's a bit of a strange idol to have, you know, but
This is 2023. We don't judge people on their preferences.
well, I started early, so I can't just stop now.
That is really a house answer, a Gregory house answer, if I've ever heard one.
A Gregory House? What was that?
You've never seen the? You should have seen the TV series House, right? Dr. House.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was such a house answer, really. Well, I've started already. I can't stop, right? You know. Now I have to insult your intelligence even more.
Yes. As you do.
This is ridiculous.
Stupid thing is, I've probably seen that series probably like 8 times, and I'm not even exaggerating. And
Oh
when you
yeah.
said Gregory House, I was like, House Gregory or something like in a, I don't know, you know, Game of Thrones way. I was like,
Oh yeah. I just got my wife to watch that a few weeks ago, or a month ago.
and does she hate you already?
No.
Oh,
He liked the show.
even the last seasons?
Oh yeah, she didn't mind the last season.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, this is fair enough. Good on her. I'll say that.
Then I think it's also because she hasn't been as invested in it, you know, as
Yeah.
as like the rest of us were. Like I wasn't really invested in it at all because like I read the books and I knew they were gonna fuck it up as soon as they ran out of books.
Yeah.
Like that was my only thought. As soon as there's no books left, this is gonna start fucking up for them. And true enough, the moment there were no books left,
I gotta say though, like, because they ran out of the books at like season, was it 3, 4?
season 6.
Season 6. Oh, not wait. Fuck me, I didn't even know. Oh shit. Got logged out of Ruski.
I can't carry any
Oh, bear meat! Finally, woohoo! I've only killed 13 bears so far before I got a single drop of that.
Are you picking up any professions at all?
I got herbalism and alchemy and cooking, and of course, I got first aid as well. So I'm doing all of it. I wanted to I wanted to do something different, so I kind of wanted to do enchanting, but enchanting is impossible on hardcore.
Oh, okay.
That's something you have to pick up at level 60.
Yeah, because you need, like, is it difficult with those rods, right? Like, do you have
Yep.
to do blacksmithing first or something?
Well, you could, yeah, and then make all the rods first, but you still need to be level 60
Why do you need to be 60?
because to get the max level rods ready, you need to be level 60.
Oh, okay.
So you need to level all the way to 60. Oh no. Storm Scale Myrmidon. Oh, you're an idiot. Well, that was the guy who wanted to do DM later. He's not doing DM later. Poor guy. Ooh, Mage Royale. Thank you. I want that. Fuck off. Everybody else, go away. Get over the spare teeth. Initially, I thought like I had to like think of a profession I could do without needing without needing like 3 professions to get it done properly.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, well, maybe tailoring would work, but my problem with tailoring would be that I would need herbalism to some degree anyway. To get some of the items for some of the blue gear that I kind of wanted to craft with it.
Right.
And then so I was like, okay, I need herbalism, but then I was also like, okay, I don't just need herbalism, I also kind of really need leatherworking.
Soon.
So I needed both of those to make it worth. Leatherworking? You need that for leather to level recipes in tailoring as well. Some of those you need to pump out to actually level, so you don't have to level on really insanely expensive shit. Comes from leatherworking.
Okay.
So you're kind of fucked because both leveling recipes, there is ways around using those 2 professions, but it's really not good.
No, okay.
And without the auction house, it's really painful to do, so.
I have been contemplating if I should go for a because I chose alchemy and herbalism.
Yeah.
I have contemplated if I should go for farming out the swiftness potion recipe, which is like at best a 0.5% drop rate.
Yeah.
Some places, but at a lot of places it's like 0.06, etc.
Yeah.
But if it's like as a survival resource.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, can't beat it. You know, having a couple of stacks in your inventory is.
How many of these filler mobs do I have to kill to get my goddamn quest items then?
I think the asshole answer is somewhere in between more than you'd like to,
Yes.
and
Less than every one of them in the goddamn
Yeah.
world, yeah.
exactly.
And I'm not sure about the last answer. No, you saw me casting for that, you fucking douchebag. There's a special place in hell for hunters.
Did you know it was hilarious? Actually, I was in Silverpine Forest and doing some mass mob killing questing as well, right?
Yeah.
And I was going to tag a mob.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna tag a mob, and it was a
Yeah.
hunter next to me who was doing his utmost to try and steal it from me. And
Yeah.
I think my spell landed like 0.1 second ahead of his.
Yeah.
And you could 100% tell he was really just trying to steal it from me, and he had no
Yeah.
intention of leaving it, even though he saw me heading towards it first.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's fine, you know. And I sat down. It's like, there are assholes around. I'll get over it. And
Yeah.
then he was trying to tag him up after that. I was like, I can
Yeah.
fucking steal this. So I stole it from him. And he was like, man, you're such an asshole. Why do you do this shit?
I generally try not to go for tags other people are going for unless it's a named mob.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, again, like
I need to target something first.
But it's like, if you're gonna be an asshole to someone,
Yeah,
better
yeah.
be an asshole to
Be an
someone who's
asshole
just
to-
an asshole to
an
you.
asshole to you, yeah, pretty much. Oh my god.
What's up?
It's just the drop rate on these items is ridiculously low.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, while it's annoying, it's kind of good at the same time, because when you're playing, at least the way I'm playing hardcore when it comes to questing, is that I know which quests are, generally speaking, in very risky areas.
Yeah.
And even though they yield good XP and I know how to do them and everything, I kind of skip them if I know they're in risky areas.
Yeah.
So if it takes me longer to get items for other quests, which means I have to kill more, it hopefully compensates.
Makes up for it, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, which allows for skipping some quests.
Yeah. Yeah, I just made a huge mistake earlier today. Like, instead I went back, took the quest here and I went back to Ironforge.
Yeah.
And the way there, I'm sitting here saying loud on the stream as well. Oh yeah, I have to remember to learn my new abilities. Go to Ironforge, hand in the quest, pick up the quest to fly back, and don't learn any new abilities.
Oh.
Train. Yeah, I was just sitting there going, oh yeah, fuck me, I'm a moron.
Yeah.
Literally just said it and then decided to just go, nope, I don't need to do that. Who needs to upgrade their abilities so they do more damage anyway?
So that they can survive and not face the consequences of permadeath. Yeah, who needs it?
Oh, who needs that? Like, I'm playing easy mode anyway. Let's do hard mode. Like, I do Mythic Plus for a living. Ooh.
Let's do hard mode, easy mode. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do hard mode. Or let's do hardcore. Like, really just nothing. Let's do a Warlock challenge where I'm not allowed to use anything other than a dagger. Because who needs to have fun playing a game anyway?
No, I think if that's your criteria for a game, then you have too high standards.
Oh, you should. You don't even want to know. You don't even want to know.
I don't want to know what kind of
I'm
Warlock.
I'm the guy who played XCOM Enemy Within Long War on Iron Man on the highest difficulty and thought it was too easy on me. I'm the guy who likes pain in the games he plays. I'm the guy who looks at Dark Souls and goes, how can I make this even more difficult on myself?
I mean, masochism or not, I don't judge. You know, it's all good. You know, consenting adult and all that.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Did you play Elden Ring, by the way? I mean, yeah, of course you played Elden Ring, right?
No, I didn't play Elden Ring.
No?
No.
How come?
Just not really feeling it.
Nah. Well, I think juxtaposing it to Dark Souls 2,
Mm-hmm.
it held up very
Okay.
very nice. Yeah, even to the Dark Souls 2. Yeah, it was definitely not disappointing.
That's good.
Yeah. Didn't even finish the game, but it was a good game.
I have that with a lot of games at the moment. Like I love them, but I don't never really get around to finishing them. Like I'm really liking. Like I really like the Jedi Survivor, and like, but I just don't finish them.
Okay.
I don't know why. Like, just don't.
It's too far away.
Well, maybe it's like what we mentioned earlier is like just there's no real attachment or to
Yeah,
investment.
probably.
I guess that's not necessarily to speak for the games all the time. It's also like when 10 games every month comes out that looks relatively attractive, how the fuck are
Yeah.
you supposed to
But then
feel?
again, like man, I'm sitting here playing the same games over and over and over again. Like I play World of Warcraft, City Skylines, Company of Heroes. Like I played the same games over and over again. Not like I'm running around trying everything new.
Nah, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I was making the argument just for the sake of it. It's like we're sitting and playing. I mean, you're probably sitting on a fucking raging PC as well, like yourself.
Oh
And we're
yeah,
sitting
yeah, yeah, yeah,
playing
man.
a 15-year-old game
Like
that
let me just put
relaunched.
let me put it this way. My 3090 Ti is doing fuck all right now.
Yeah,
It is just
and
basically going, I'll have a nap while you do this.
yeah, and I'm like, I've got old school RuneScape in the background while
Yeah.
playing fucking Legacy WoW. So yeah, I'm not doing much with mine either.
Like it's just the idea is that game design is mainly just about being. I think that's one of the things that most game developers forget nowadays. Is just game development is about making you feel like you're involved in what you're doing.
Yeah,
And I feel like World of War, like Blizzard has done a good job of that in Dragonflight. The only thing I'm missing with Dragonflight is basically just the continuation of the game for me, because there's a lot of things to do, but the two things I like to do aren't really there. I like to challenge myself, so I need to do Mythic Plus or Raid, and raiding is 2 times a week, and Mythic Plus is whenever somebody's online I can play with. And
yeah,
the people I want to play with are normally not online, and when they are online, we have to split up because there are so many people who wants to do Mythic Plus.
yeah.
So I always end up being the guy who goes, okay, well, I'll take the B team in, and that's just not fun either.
No, and it's also kind of like as well. Like, it's a little bit like a needless progression when it comes to M plus. I feel the same way that Diablo 3 has with Greater Rifts. It's like
Oh yeah, yeah, same
at some point
concept, yeah.
in time when you're clearing 25s or 30s in each respective dungeon, you're just trying to get the time better and better, but you're not
Yep.
really getting better rewards because you already maxed out your item level. It's like
Yeah, pretty much.
at some point that stops being fun, especially if you're not stuck with a good consistent team.
Yeah.
and I would even go as far to say even if you're stuck with a good consistent team. To me, it's
Yeah, because then it starts becoming trivial.
yeah, exactly. Because it starts being not about how good you're playing. It's just like as long as we don't fuck up, we got
Yeah,
this.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
How are you?
Empty that bag a little bit.
And maybe that's better in Dragonflight a little bit because maybe I heard it's not as there's not as many chores as Shadowlands.
No, there's not really any chores, like, but they are trying to implement it again, like having to farm your new ring in the previous patch, and then now with the new patch again and the new raid coming out tomorrow. So they're trying to make you do a little bit more of it, and I'm just like, no.
What's on your
That's what makes me stop wanting to get into the game, is if I can't have fun just farming.
Yeah.
If I have to go and do the same repetitive shit over and over and do world content to get my best in slot ring, like, I don't enjoy running around doing quests or doing, well, not quests, doing world quests and doing those sort of things. That's not me. I don't find that entertaining at all. I want to challenge myself. I want to do dungeons. I want to do that sort of thing. So when my way of leveling or getting better at the things I want to do is doing something I don't enjoy, that's when I say, you know what, screw you.
Yeah. And it's also a bit like what is that poker term? When you're vested in your hand and you don't want to give up, so you keep calling and
Oh
just
yeah,
going more.
yeah. I can't remember what it's called.
It's the term, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know what I mean. What do you mean? Yeah.
I think they're 100% utilizing that sort of psychological inclination by making you spend more time on needless things that are required in order for you to do the things that you somewhat enjoy. Also, in order for you to feel like you've spent too much time to stop playing the game.
Yeah, but that's when I have my quit moment. Like, instead of that being making me want to keep my character going, I have a quit moment and go, you know what? Fuck that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I think that's like utterly disgusting game design, in my honest opinion. It's it's really repelling.
That's why mobile games and shit just makes me want to throw up most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind. I don't mind being challenged, but I wanted the challenge to be something I can overcome and something I can manage on my own. And if you're not giving me a challenge I can overcome on my own, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. But I still think that there are a few good companies out there that don't buy into these game designs.
Scam game designs, yeah.
Yeah, I would say Grinding Gear Game is for Path of Exile. Definitely fucking good shit.
Yeah, I just find Path of Exile too much, honestly. It needs. I think it should be simplified, honestly.
But imagine if they started creating more games.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Which, considering their growth rates, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Whether or not they also continue with Path of Exile, which I read.
Careful.
How may I help?
But I would love to see them come out with more games. I would subscribe to that for 10 times the fee of any other subscription game, if like blindly without even seeing a fucking trailer.
I can understand that. But that's kind of how I feel about Paradox games.
My goods are of the highest quality.
Paradox, that is which games?
Stellaris, Hearts of Iron, Crusader Kings, City Skylines, those sort of games.
Oh yeah, I've seen City Skylines, but I haven't heard of any of the other ones.
Good luck, friend.
Massive strategy games, not like for example, this is one of the things. For example, like where you have Total War and shit calling itself a strategy and a tactical game, which is fine. But then you have like real-time strategy games like Company of Heroes and stuff. I always try and go with those. Those are not real-time strategy, because strategy has nothing to do with like Company of Heroes or StarCraft or something like that. It's tactical games. It's tactics games. because tactics is here and now, where strategy is overall world encompassing, figuring out supply lines and shit like that. Which is what Paradox really does. They take a game and they go, okay, how detailed can we make this game? So basically, Hearts of Iron is like you play in World War II, and you just get to design your planes and your tanks, and you need to micromanage your supply lines and build train tracks in order to. It's not just mindlessly sending troops in to die. You have to figure about how do you get the supplies to them, and do they have enough air cover, or do they have enough anything? I like that about Hearts of Iron.
But is it like super realism as well?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're basically on a map, just trying to control the units as they go around in battalions and regiments. It's really good.
Right.
I really enjoy it.
Generally, when like super detailed games kind of tickle my fancy as well, but like when games start becoming more simulators than they are games, it's also a bit immersion breaking.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
And so far it's not like it's not a deal breaker right off the bat at all if they're more of a simulator, but it's quite clear which direction those game developers are taking their games in.
Sure.
And so I don't really, it doesn't seem like it's becoming more appealing to play games that aren't really being played, they're being simulated. And that's a bit strange, I think.
See, that's one of the things I have. Like, for example, I love the Total War series. I just hate that it's becoming an arcade game rather than a strategy game and a tactics game.
Right.
I really hate the fact that Total War is now like really quick battles that are over in like 5 minutes, rather than like the slog that it's supposed to be, where you can actually maneuver your units and have them flank around and do shit.
Right.
And that's also one of the things that I dislike about the new Company of Heroes, that's gone from like these hour-long matches to like 30 minutes, where it's just basically more hectic rather than using your mind. So it's like who can react the fastest, who can micro the best, rather than who can actually play and figure out the tactics and the strategy of this game.
Yeah. And to some degree, that effort might be initiated by trying to cater to the availability of time that people have on their hands these days.
Yeah.
Which is less than it was 10 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, both yes and no. I think the bulk of people have less time, but a substantial minority has significantly more time on their hands. Like, you know, streamers and all that make it, and it being a job now and everything. Like, but the majority of people, I think, are older, have families, have jobs now, and therefore.
And then there's me, who's been unemployed for the last like 4 or 5 months.
Shit.
No, I was in stress. Like a stress diagnosis came down, work-related stress in December. I just couldn't anymore. Like I was in such a bad place at that point in time that my old job broke me, and like that was just it. And then they knew it, I knew it, like all of us knew that I was not coming back to that workplace. So a month later they fired me. Gave me my notice. So basically I've had my last paycheck from that my job in April. So now I'm on sick leave.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So what were you actually doing there?
I was a teacher, just a normal teacher, and like this, just like I've just never been in a place like that before.
Okay.
Like it was completely, it went against everything I knew about teaching. And it was so, like, they were like, oh, we have the best work environment in the world. Like the woman I took over for, who spent a week or so with me, she was like, oh, you'll hate them, but you won't really get along with the bosses, but you'll have amazing colleagues. And I was just like, okay, well, I don't really care about my colleagues, honestly. I just want to, do my own shit. Right. But like, I came from a school where we worked together across the board. Like I had a joint 8th grade or 7th and 8th grade were 2 classes joined together where we worked together, and they basically weren't grades anymore. It was just they were all together at all times.
Need help?
So I came from that, and I was not really worried about something like that at all.
Light bless you.
Can I help you?
And then like I come to this school, and like the requirements to work together was there, which was great, but nobody practiced it.
Off and away.
Like they had this really weird notion of what it meant to work together.
The arcane
Okay, can you
And
describe it at all?
Like, so for example, like I came there and I had a mentor who did not mentor me at all, for example. His idea of mentoring was basically just working with me once in a while when he felt like it, right? So I didn't, like, this was a Catholic school, they had a lot of traditions. I didn't know fuck all. But the woman I work with who had a class with me, she taught me more than he ever did. For example, and like this kept going. Like this was the guy I was supposed to work with later on.
farewell.
And this was the sort of thing that constantly came up, right? And then they had like this group of older teachers. Like most of them were like, I was the youngest teacher hired there in years.
Okay.
And like I don't mind experience and stuff. Experience is important as a teacher. You need to know what you're doing when you're dealing with kids, honestly. But these guys, it was just taken to such an extreme.
Like the students themselves, yeah.
No, the teachers, like they were so set in their ways that they could not imagine doing anything differently.
Right.
And I was just like, so my biggest grievance was probably that I say this out loud. I am one of the best teachers in a classroom you'll ever meet. Like, so when I go into a classroom, I know for a fact I'm going to do well. And I know my students always do well. I've had the highest average in any exam with my 9th graders every time. Like I know what I'm doing, right? So I put the ceiling really high. Like there's basically no ceiling. If a kid wants to excel, they get to excel, and I basically lift all restrictions on them. But I also push all my kids. I tell them that this is what they need to be able to do in a 9th grade exam, and then I raise the bar and say, but I expect like 50 or 60% more of you. And
Okay.
I understand that there are kids who will never reach that goal, but there are those kids who then will basically be like, okay, I'll maybe pass a 9th grade exam. My goal is to just push them so they do a little bit better than just pass. It's always about just getting them a little bit better and inspiring them to do more. And generally my method always works. I've never seen it fail on students.
Yeah.
Like they always excel.
I'm also a firm subscriber to the theory that expectations on children are very important for their development, both ambitiously and
Okay, where is my flight path in Westfall? I picked that up. Okay. I even spent time on that flight path flying back here with the quest. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, no, the best example I have of this was basically I last summer, a year ago. Like that was my manager or my new principal was basically questioning whether or not I was competent, which is never a good thing to basically have to work with. And he had another English teacher, oversee my curriculum for that year. And she was like, oh, it's so difficult. It's way too hard. And I was sitting there going, no, it's not. Like, this is 9th grade. Everything here is 9th grade level or below.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, you should do this instead. And we've done the same thing for 7 years and it works. And I was like, I don't care if you've done the same thing 7 years in a row. I don't really want to do it because it's, first of all, it's boring. It's pointless. Like, the students know it's rehearsed. They know that their big brother or sister did the same thing with you a year ago. So, or 2 years ago. So why would they be interested in it? Like my curriculum, last year, my exam curriculum was music with meaning. It was Native Americans, Canadians. It was Brexit, and it was called Love and Romance, but basically it was a massive book they had to read and then work with. all of these things things kids can relate to in some way or form, that they can work with and understand and know. That was my point of this, was to create something that they could easily work with and relate to. Music with meaning, basically Eminem, all these sorts of lyrics with extra meaning behind them that they had to analyze, and then their assignment was to pick a song for themselves with special undertones and understanding that they had to analyze and then present, and just shit like that. And like they were basically ready for their exam after that, and then that was basically what we did the whole year long. And they were really into it. And then for Brexit, we did like a debate forum, like a really big debate, where they basically were paired up into 6 teams. 3 of them were pro, 3 of them were against Brexit, and they had to debate in a proper, like, real debate. And they hated me for it. Let's be honest, they really hated me for doing that to them.
Okay.
They said so. They're like, we hate you. This is the worst thing we've ever done. And I just looked at them and I said to the whole class, okay, if there's one exam subject you can draw now and not have to worry about, which one is it? And they were all like,
sorry. If there's one exam that they can what?
They have to draw lots. Basically, they get an exam subject, and they have, when they come in, they have to pick or draw from a lottery pretty much what subject they get.
Okay, yeah.
So they prepare one out of 5 subjects they prepare, and that gets removed from consideration, so they can't basically draw that in the lottery. And then they have 4 left they can draw in between. And I just looked at them. I also said, pick the one you feel the least comfortable in. That's the one you should write your presentation on, because then that gets removed from consideration, so you don't risk getting your worst of the 5 focus areas.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's what they do. But I also looked at them and I went, which focus area would you be the most prepared for? I know you hate it, but which one are you most prepared for? And all of them just went, well, Brexit. We know more about Brexit than we know about anything else. So basically, I said, the one subject that you should not write, any of you should write your exam or preparation in, is Brexit, because that is where you really know your stuff. Because you've done this study thing, you've done the debate, you know more about Brexit than anything else. Right? So my students went to their exam about the same time as her students did, her 98 did. My students came out, like, our scale goes up to 12. So it's basically
grading scale, yeah.
Yeah, it goes from -3 to 2 or to 0. 2 is the 0, 2 is pass, and then we have 4, 7, 10, and 12.
Right.
Yeah. My students came out of that room with 10.7 as their average grade. I had one guy go 0.2, and the rest, I had one girl goes, 2 girls go 0.7, and then the rest went 10 and 12. Out of a group of 21 students, I had 2 guys below average.
And I assume you did the grading of the papers as well, right?
No, I like that. There's a censor for that, so I wasn't actually the one doing anything other than doing the exam preparation with them. So that was completely unbiased. And after the first day of exams, she cornered me in the hallway as I was going up with everything and getting ready for the second day, and she asked how it went. And I explained to her that yesterday we had 1.02 and 1.7, and the rest had been 12s. Out of the 12 students who'd been up, that's what we've gotten. So basically it was 10 to 12. And there's another teacher there. That actually the teacher who manages this class is standing right next to me. And she dead ass looks me in the eye, the other English teacher, and tells me that it is my responsibility to prevent a censor from overgrading, because that's not fair either.
What the fuck?
And I just stood there, and I seriously just looked at her and went, do you seriously think I would cheat? That I would accept cheating from a censor, somebody who comes outside, who has no skin in the game? Do you really think I would accept if they cheated and gave a higher grade that the kid didn't deserve?
And what was her response?
And she was like, yeah, and she didn't really respond to that. So I went to my principal and I reported her for that. And I went like, that is not okay. Nothing came of it. Nothing. He was just like, oh, who cares? That was what I was working with. And then this year I got into an education. I furthered my education by doing talent management, where you basically work with highly gifted students and shit.
Yeah.
And
how was that?
it was amazing, like really inspiring and really amazing. I loved every moment of it. But then I came back to school and I was not allowed to do anything with it whatsoever. Like, I sat there every time I went to my classes and my education and heard what the other teachers who were taking it was doing at their schools. I was just sitting there every time saying, well, I don't get to do that. I don't get to do that. I don't get to do that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I was so hurt and broken by this. The second round around November, when I went there for my second round of education, like I went from there, I came back from there, I wanted to give up. I didn't want to be a teacher anymore, pretty much. And I just went back to teaching. I went back to my school and I went back to teaching, and I had this exam project. I had to do this massive project in basically working with one of the subjects that we've studied, and what it was basically my students had to do this massive project in the 5th grade, where they in math had to design a playground, right? That was their assignment. They were supposed to design a playground. And since the school was remaking their playground, I thought, you know what would make really good sense here would be for the students to take all these factors into account and design a playground for the school, a new playground for the school, where they took everything into consideration and where they basically did, area and circumference and all those things, learned those subjects as well. That was what I did. And they could expand it or make it as small as they wanted. They had free hands, basically. So if they wanted to contact builders to get estimates on how much it would cost and make budgets, they were free to do that. If they wanted to do anything else, they were free to do that. My requirement was they calculated the area and the circumference of everything they used. That was my requirement to them. And they had to hand that in to me. That was my requirement. Anything else was pretty much up to them. And these students just did this. They loved it. They went bloody nuts. I had this 5th grade. I had them since the 3rd grade in math, and they were just loving it. And nobody agreed with that.
On the basis that...
Oh, because it was too hard. Too difficult. Like the math, this guy who's responsible for the math team on the school, pretty much, he literally, instead of coming to me and talking to me about the problem he had with what I was doing, he wrote an email where to me where he had attached the principal, where he said that this was a project he would not even give kids or give students in the 8th and the 9th grade. It was way too massive. A 5th grade could never manage it. I was sitting there going, of course they can. They're doing it. They're doing it amazingly, actually. They're way ahead of anything they were supposed to do. They're way ahead of my goals for them. Like, I had to redesign it halfway through because they were doing so fucking well. And let's just not forget that this was my point. Let's not forget one more thing. I had teachers who professionally worked with this, right? Like, I went to an education filled with like 15 other teachers, and with a guy who specialized in this area of teaching.
Yeah.
And my teacher had approved my projects. Would you follow me, please? Instead of fighting them up, would you go on passive and not attack the fucking mob? Stupid pet. Yeah, it makes me a little bit angry. So I had 15 other people approved of this project, right? 15 other teachers, some of the brightest teachers in Denmark, approved of the project. My teacher, who specialized in what we were doing approved of the project. Everybody but my school teachers at my school approved of this project. And who did my principal listen to?
Well,
Who did you think? The guy who had no fucking idea what he was talking. Well, who had never done this specialized training. And let's not forget, I was sent on this education. They literally sent me out to do this.
Yeah.
Right? They decided I was supposed to take this specialization that works with highly gifted children, that basically made me able to make or to plan my or plan any lessons around with these special or with highly gifted children in mind. That was what they'd sent me out to do. And when I tried to do it and try to work with and learn and improve and all those things, because of course I made mistakes and I had to learn more, but their solution to me making those mistakes was to, instead of supporting me in front of him and saying, you know what, we send him out to do this, we were the ones who told him to go out and he's trying these things. Instead of doing that, they threw me under the bus. And then there was just like, okay, I just sat there and I went, at the end, I was so miserable going to work. And I went, you know what, I'm done. Like that's all it came to. I could see the writing on the wall. I knew they were about to be done with me too, right? Like the problem kid who always caused problems. Like I could see it. And I just went, you know what? It's not worth it anymore. Like, and then they called me and they're like, oh, we're shutting it down. Like, you don't get to finish this project and shit. And I was like, this is my exam subject. I need to finish it. I have an exam in January. I need to finish this. I need to actually present my findings of this exam. And you're not getting to do that because the students aren't getting anything from it. I just went, you know what? Okay, you know what?
That is so fucking bizarre.
And that was the moment I went, you know what? I'm done.
Yeah.
I cried myself to sleep that weekend. I was crying in the shower. I've had headaches for months, and my heart rate was through the roof. Had been through the roof for months, and like at that point I was like, this isn't worth it anymore. So I got sick leave, and then I've just continued my education and had to pay 20,000 Danish crowns for the second round of this education myself. But like it's totally been worth it. Like now I'm finishing this. I'm handing in my final exam paper on the 25th, and then I'm pretty much done. Have my exam in June, and then I'm done, and I'm going to find another job that appreciates the education I now have, and and appreciates the fact that I am so fucking passionate about this and won't basically limit me because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And this is not me being, oh, but I am better than everybody else and I know more about this than anybody else. No, this is...
No, just a smidge, yeah.
Like this, like I had 15 other people, and this is what I keep going back to. I had 15 other people sit in that classroom with me every time I went there going, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Like this is the most bizarre thing ever. Nobody understood it. So you know what? Fuck them.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty clear-cut fuck you situation.
Yeah. Like I was just, you know what? We don't see eye to eye. I don't belong in your school. That's pretty much where I am now. Like that's what I went, you know what? Fine, you want to do teaching this way? I can't continue to accept those values. I don't stand for the same values you do.
Yeah.
My goal is not to let my students get higher grades. My goal is to make my students better.
Yeah.
And if they get higher grades as a result, brilliant. If they don't, it was never about getting them higher grades in the first place.
No. And when that attitude even with that attitude, gets your students significantly higher grades than anyone else as well, that should have been a pretty clear indication that
I knew what the fuck I was doing. Yeah,
that your methodology, that's the word,
completely correct. Yeah,
was working. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But that was not what they saw, and
Yeah.
fair enough. Like, they shouldn't be forced to deal with a teacher they don't really feel like fits in or they don't want. That's fine.
Yeah.
So it's the better option for both of us. Better option for them, and the better option for me is to we part way, and I find somewhere else to work.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I have a lot of resentment and anger towards them, as you can probably hear.
I think the phrase "do not attribute to malice that which could be explained by ignorance" might be applicable.
Yeah,
They might simply just be fucking stupid and ignorant.
I think the main thing is they're living 20 years in the past.
That is a big underlying factor for ignorance, I think.
Like they're so used to being the school that has the highest grades in the area and does everything well, and then in comes this super arrogant young kid who basically tells them all that they're wrong.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you don't really like him, and he shows you up.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Your last word cut off super
Oh.
quick, so I thought.
Okay. No. And what makes it even more fun is actually the guy who I was doing my co-teaching with, who had a 9th grade for the exam the first year I was there.
Yeah.
Like he and I, when he published his exam results before I did.
Okay.
And his average was below mine initially until he learned was 9.4. Then he learned what my average was, and all of a sudden his went up to 9.8 when he talked to people, when mine was 9.7. And I find that really weird.
I'm sure that was just a coincidence.
That was a weird quinky dink, my man.
Yeah,
Weird quinky dink. Go away. Yeah, I saw you there. Trying to ninja my quest item. Fuck you.
But how is the entire like your living situation now with your wife and everything? Then, like, are you both able to sustain yourself during your sick leave and everything?
Oh yeah. I've had full pay doing my sick leave.
Yeah. Okay. Good shit.
And then now we are gonna, like, we sold the old house, or I sold my old house, and we got 350k for that extra. So basically we made 350k off that. So we're pretty much living off that a little bit, you know.
Yeah, because I seem to remember that you were doing pretty damn well for yourself for quite some time. So
yeah,
I'm not too worried.
No, most of that has gone into other stuff, you know, and made some mistakes, lost my company, shit like that.
Right.
I ended up having to pay out a massive amount of debt.
Shit.
Yeah, it was basically like most of what I had was hosted at a server farm. The server farm wasn't up to compliance with their backup, so as a result, when that burnt down, I had a fire. Insurance wouldn't cover it, so basically all I had stored there just went up in smoke. And I had clients and contracts to fulfill, contracts totaling millions, like a couple of millions, you know, that I had to repay, you know. I'd already taken the money and now I couldn't produce, so.
Yeah, that'll do you in.
Yeah. So basically I started over.
So you were you're a pretty large fan of insurance companies right now, I take it.
Oh no, I don't mind. Like the insurance company did nothing wrong. Honestly, they were completely right to deny the claim. Like the fact that I couldn't sue that I could, but I wouldn't get anything from suing the hosting company because like they were bankrupt, so I couldn't really sue them for anything, even though it was their fault because they were bankrupt, and I would be like number 340 in line or something. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, that's not like that. There's nothing I could have done there, honestly. What I should have done was instead of having my backup at the same host, I should have gone with a different host for it, so I had it.
Right.
But that's again, hindsight is 2020. So
yeah.
So now it's basically just working as a teacher, getting this done, and then looking at management possibilities, upgrading to management a little bit, and then hoping to find a job by August. I can start out in August, and then open my own company again. This time as a consultant, working with what I've specialized in.
Okay. Yeah.
And then taking it from there, one step at a time, and then sell my soul to the devil if that doesn't work.
Would you mind reminding me what exactly you were specialized in?
Well, right now I'm specialized in talent development, so that's what I'm going to work with. But overall, it was consulting with what's it called? With psychology for specialized psych wards and shit, where I gave professional opinions about people and their patients,
right.
and testified in court to situations they were dealing with and stuff like that.
Right. Okay. So like, if people would be likely to reoffend.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And also deal with like malpractice stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, if somebody fucked up a diagnosis, I would be brought in to verify that diagnosis had been. But yeah, there's not really a demand for that because that caught on relatively quickly. Like I was kind of groundbreaker in that, and now there's a lot of people doing it. So yeah, I would be fighting with. I have like 8 or 9 companies now doing the same thing, and I would just end up in a massive competition there where I wouldn't be able to keep up anymore if I started back up. So
right. Okay.
Plus, my reputation is kind of ruined from having failed once, not being able to deliver.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah, kind of is. Like it's not fair, but reality, like, even though like the world isn't fair,
Yeah, it's it's a competitive market, and if the customers get to choose, they'll probably choose someone without a history.
Yeah, somebody who hasn't fucked up.
Yeah, so it makes sense, but it sucks.
It does. But yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. So one step at a time and see where we can go from here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm hopefully not gonna suffer anymore, but we have enough money to survive and deal with it, and we'll take it from there.
Any kids in the picture these days?
No.
Not in the pipeline either?
No.
Both figuratively and literally?
We were planning on having kids. That's why we moved house, so we had more room. But like we've been dealing with some other stuff as well that while the stream is live, I don't really want to go into. But yeah,
let's call it grievances.
Yeah, let's call it that. So yeah, no. Currently just waiting to see what happens.
Right.
Yeah, no. It's basically just starting over, which sucks to do at that age of 32.
Yeah, no, I get that.
See you later.
But then again, in light of things, you
could
be starting over a lot older.
Yeah, and it could be a lot worse as well. So I'm not in a place where I'm going to complain, honestly, too much. I'm in a safe space and I have everything I need to survive and do well. So
And to be fair, you are 32 and you already have a wife, you have a house, you have made pretty good grounds for yourself, you know. So
Yeah, yeah.
even though you have to start over, it's not like the circumstances in which you are starting over are particularly uphill.
No, that's true. Yeah, it just sucks having. Yeah, it just sucks having to basically redo a bunch of the work you'd already done.
Says the guy who recently started playing hardcore World of Warcraft.
You know, as I said, I'm a masochist, man.
Yeah. I'm sure the irony isn't lost on you either.
Oh no, not at all, not at all, man, not at all. I am well aware of the irony.
Yeah. Yeah, I myself have found myself since the last 5 months or so working for a department in at Saab.
Yeah.
Working with logistics and planning and purchasing and
Mhm.
all that kind of shit with
Yeah.
navigational equipment, both
Oh,
for
sweet.
military appliances and for.
Oh, yeah.
So that's some place I never imagined myself being.
No, I can imagine that.
Yeah, but it's I'm fucking loving it, man. Like it's going so
Mhm.
well.
Yeah.
Love my colleagues. One of my childhood my friends, let's put like friends of the family,
Mhm.
tipped me about the position that was opened up
Yeah.
5 months ago, and I was like, hey, fucking hell, why not?
Yeah.
And here we are. I moved cities from
Mhm.
Vimmerby to where I'm living right now in Linköping, and yeah, no, it's going spectacularly. The only downside is don't really have a life outside of work, because
Oh, I know that feeling.
yeah, you know, like I developed my entire social circle online for about 2
Mhm.
decades, and then I moved around abroad for like 6 years,
Yeah.
and then I've recently moved cities even inside of Sweden again.
Mhm. Yeah.
And yeah, you know, can't really be expected to have much of a direct social circle around me with that.
No, and
So
like people also move on. Like people have their own life going on.
they do, I've noticed,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, I've just been arguing or not arguing. I've just been criticizing Tam for being a dick and not having a child and not being able to play as much.
Oh, so he's got a child now, does he?
Yeah,
Oh, fuck me, man.
yeah, he's
Okay.
a dad. I was very surprised. About a year ago, I think 2 years ago. I can't remember.
Yeah.
His honor, friend.
Okay. Oh, that's cool though.
Yeah, I
I
just
mean, he's a
blame
fucking
him.
traitor. Don't get me wrong. Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah.
sure.
What the fuck, dude? Don't
Yeah.
don't go
Can't
have
go
a
and do
child.
that.
You have to
Yeah.
play World of Warcraft, man. You have to be a nerd
Yeah.
for life. Yeah.
I'm sure it was an accident.
Yeah. No, not from what I heard.
Okay.
Doesn't make it better. I've told him that.
No, yeah, good. Yeah, you tell him.
Yeah. Fuck you, man. Don't do that stuff to us. Have to be a nerd for life.
Yeah. I mean, who else are we gonna convince to play trios with us? Fucking
Be careful.
hardcore.
Oh yeah, no, that he ain't doing that. He already made sure to tell me that several times.
What can I do for you?
God damn it.
He's been. I asked him, do you remember the old Kronos days? And it's like, yeah, actually, I've just been thinking about it. I was like, there's something called Hardcore World of Warcraft or Hardcore Classic now. He went, yeah, I don't have the time for that. And I went, pussy.
Yeah, I thought he would have literally puked the moment you said hardcore classic, just spontaneously.
No, we had a lot of fun playing Kronos back then, honestly. So I think he would have jumped on the chance for that.
Oh, okay.
We really had fun on that.
Well, Kronos, that was a private server, I take it?
Private server, yeah. Private World of Warcraft server, yeah. Classic.
For oh, it was for classic.
Yeah. Look, that was the reason why he went over and found Pyron on a private server.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He joined Pyron right after that because none of us had, I didn't have the time to finish leveling and shit. So
Yeah.
he went over and found somebody else on another server to play. So he ended up with Pyron.
Much to all of our chagrin.
Oh yeah.
But you know, okay there.
Oh, So little, so little. Who doesn't love Pyran?
Well, I haven't had any contact with anyone from Pyron.
Once in a while, Jim messaged me and something like that, but that's about it.
But
If he sees me
every time,
online in League or something, yeah.
even though I don't really talk with anyone, every single time I'm like clearing Discord channels or something, and I look over Pyron, it doesn't even like I would never take it away. Fucking
No,
people.
I just don't really talk to them at all.
No.
Like I don't ever see myself having much with that community again. Like I think I'm just I think I fit better in my armor community. Honestly, that's where I'm kind of really proud to be a member of. Honestly,
In what community?
my
sorry?
Armor 3 community.
Okay.
You need some
Joined that pretty much about the same time I joined up with Pyron, and then just have been playing Armor with these guys for 7 years almost now.
see you later.
Good.
Or 6 years now, yeah, and basically loving it. Like I'm taking over some of the administrative duties, and I do the missions and shit like that. It's really great. I'm
Nice.
even making small little mission videos for them now, briefings and shit, and we're just having a lot of fun.
So
like
how
this
come
is-
you started playing World of Warcraft hardcore alone if you got a team to play a different game?
Because like we play Armor once a week, and that's about it.
Oh.
The game is pretty much the military simulation as equivalent to World of Warcraft. It's been out for 9 years. It's like we've been there, done that. But like there's nothing new under the sun there. So we're basically just waiting and biding our time for Armor 4 to be released. And there's been no information about Armor 4. So yeah, we're just sitting and waiting pretty much.
Gotcha.
So that sucks a little bit, honestly. Because it's really fun. But then again, if you're a former military, it's for fun. If you're not, you kind of end up hating it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it is honestly boring as hell. Like sometimes you just do nothing. You spend a whole night doing nothing, like running around, not finding any enemies or doing anything else. You just sit around.
Right.
But other nights, like you are in the worst firefights of your life with enemies all around you, shooting stuff at you. Like, but it's really fun.
Yeah. No, that sounds like a bunch of fun.
Oh, it really is. Really is. Like I when I first started doing missions and shit for them, like we were doing the Halloween campaigns and shit. I've done a ton of those now. Like we used to do storytelling and shit. Like one year we did a whole like zombie apocalypse thing, return to an island, like all of that. And we told the sickest stories. It was so much fun. They were just shitting themselves every night, every time they played. Like the first thing we did was send them out into this like really vividly darkened island with no lights, nothing whatsoever,
Okay.
and like they had no night vision, nothing pretty much. Normally like they'll have like this massive military support item, modern military, but like we had like this interference on the island that basically meant that night vision didn't work. Their long range communications or their medium range communication devices didn't work. They had to pretty much do it with, they had to have like a massive radio, so only one guy basically was a radio operator that could communicate with base and shit. And like
Right.
so basically they were on flashlights running around on this island, and they all kind of figured that something was going on, something was going to happen, like zombies or shit. So they were just constantly on alert. And instead of just throwing zombies at them, like I just threw everything else at them. So basically it was a low contact mission. They basically they ended up in these really short but intense firefights, but spend the rest of the time just looking over their shoulder, waiting for enemies to pop out of the ground, not being able to see far out, and just taking their vehicles away from them. So like the first thing the guy who took command of the first mission, he asked me is any contact expected? Is there any enemies expected? I went, nope. So he didn't really. They went out through this massive defensive barrier set up and shit, and they went out and they got to a small village they had to investigate, and then left their MRAPs behind out on the road because like there were no civilians alive or anything, right?
Right.
So they left them there, and they went in and they found like bodies and shit, and it was just really like Virus 2.0. And all of a sudden they hear this massive explosion from where they left their vehicles. I had snuck in and had like blown up their vehicles, so they knew they weren't alone. So now they were out there but they only had one vehicle left, so they were now out there and had to pace themselves around that one vehicle rather than just running around. And they were scared shitless, and I ran around out in the dark and shot weapons off. Instead of shooting at them, I shot weapons up in the air, making them just really scared about what was going on.
I should have known you were into sadism next
And
to
it was-
masochism.
And they were
I
just,
should have known.
they fucking loved it. So, and one of the things that like after every mission we do like a debrief where we talk about what went well gameplay wise, and then they give some feedback on the mission, and all of them just went, well, normally we have a lot more fighting. And I was like, okay, do you miss it? Do you want me to turn it up? No, they went like, please don't give us more. Like, just the ambience and the playstyle was just something they were really caught up in.
That's probably neat though. That's actually
Really good. And they all know it now, so when they see me make a mission, they're like, oh, fuck off. This is going to be some convoluted plot about something that they had to take care of, or something they had to worry about, and there were nasty surprises around every corner.
yeah.
And one time, Luke, who's like one of the guys who's been in the military for a while, I made a mission where they basically had to drive from one military base in the middle of nowhere all the way to a hospital at the other end of the island. And they had to drive. They were nowhere else because the island was basically, has been a military coup, and now all foreign forces were being ordered off the island. So they had to go rescue these British doctors who were working at the hospital. They had to escort them out, and they had like this convoy they were driving in, and above them they had this Apache helicopter flying air support, and like really thematic, but they had orders not to engage anybody. You've probably seen it, haven't you? You've probably seen, what's it called, Black Hawk Down.
I don't think I have actually.
Okay.
No,
Well, in the initial series, in the start of Black Hawk Down, you have these American soldiers flying around in a Black Hawk above this refugee camp, where they're basically told they're not allowed to engage, and they see these refugees being slaughtered over food, and they keep getting told they're not allowed to engage unless return fire only, pretty much, right?
okay, yeah.
So I wanted to recreate that. So the whole drive into this town, or across this, they basically like drove for half an hour, and as they drove, I constantly had like these depictions of genocide happening around them, and they were just not allowed to in any way or form interfere. So at one point they were stopped by a guy on the road who basically held them up while civilians to the side were being gunned down. And they were so frustrated at the end that they were not allowed to engage. They could simply not deal with it. It was hilarious. And again, like first thing I asked after the mission was there too little combat? Like the first half hour driving about, and they went, well, yeah, normally that would have been really frustrating, but that was their favorite part of the mission. Like Luke, who's actually a military man, was like, I hated it. I hated every moment of it, because he knew the feeling from real life not being allowed to engage.
Yeah.
He was just sitting there. Oh, it was hurting him not being allowed to actually interfere and prevent the genocide that he was seeing happening.
Oh fuck.
And I love that. I love those storytelling. Oh, are you running away from mobs?
No, not running away from mobs. No, I just decided not to.
Not going into a cave, risking your life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For a quest where I don't even have to kill, I apparently have to compete for small chests to get items, which no.
Yeah. Oh no, that's fun.
Yeah, sounds like a bad time. So.
Yeah. I pretty much grinded a whole level without any quests because people are killing quest mobs constantly around me.
Well, I mean, essentially at those early levels, it's almost worth it to just stand and kill some good shit in one place, or do the bulk of quests that are literally just kill quests and then move on.
Yeah. There we go. Ding.
Especially if you can multiple, you know.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet though because my gear is so sucky.
Right.
My
Well,
problem is in Westfall, like the Defiers, they're just being camped. There's like 12 people standing around the Defier spawn areas and killing them, so there's no chance of tacking one. And which is really annoying because that quest line is so important because that's the only way I can guarantee myself getting, for example, getting a wand, which I really need.
Yeah.
So that's a mandatory quest I have to do, but I can't do it because there's so many people around. So I'm gonna log on tomorrow morning and do it.
Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Something I'm not used to doing is like preparing all the dungeon quests, like
Yes,
literally every single
exactly.
dungeon quest for every thing. So I think I've missed out on average one quest per dungeon so far.
Yeah, but it's just mandatory.
Yeah, it really is.
What did I learn this level here? Corruption level 2. There's a break. Drain life. Drain life's not really all that useful, honestly. But corruption is kind of useful. I still need okra, don't I? Yeah, I do. Oh my god, I really don't like the fact that necrosis does that every time. So every time I target something and it can't be feared, I just get like this evil laugh on my add-on to indicate to me that this mob can't be feared. It's pretty neat, it's just really annoying to have to listen to.
Yeah. Do you have an audio file prepared for when you inevitably die as well?
No.
Oh. As a streamer, that is your responsibility. Something that makes everyone laugh.
I am not going to die.
Of course.
I am gonna go the whole way to max level and not die.
Well, you're a good 1/40th of the way there, maybe. I don't know. In time investment, man. In time investment.
Probably. You know what? I'm good at the game, so. And I'm playing the easiest class in the game, so.
I've seen you play a Warlock. That's arguable.
Hey, I came in with blue and green key and beat the living shit out of the rest of you, so there's no argument there. You guys did not even stand a chance when I joined.
You tell yourself that, buddy.
It is the truth, honestly. Well, why are you not? Oh, it's immune. Fuck off.
You would have thought that such a good Warlock would have known that.
No, it's immune to my torment from my Void Walker.
I'm sure it is.
That's really annoying.
Ooh, 150 first aid.
is full.
Profit inventory is full. I need that to level my cooking. How many more Gore-Tusk livers do I need?
You know this fucking quest in Ashenvale with all the fucking pages and shit?
Nope.
Well, you essentially get lucky, and well, when you're playing normally, you can just buy them off the auction house for
Yeah.
coppers. But otherwise, you have to play and actually loot 1 to 4, 5 to 8.
Oh, like the Nessing Worry, the journal.
Yeah, and it's not like once you've looted one, you can't loot it again. You will only loot the other ones, but it's entirely
random.
You know, 1 in 12 chance to get the ones you need all the time.
Yeah.
And only doing a few quests here now for like, what is it, 2.5 hours? I've looted every single page with like only 2 duplicates except for 1 page.
Oof.
Yeah, so pretty lucky.
That's pretty good.
What do you think the chances are that Blizzard will actually launch their own hardware?
100%.
And do you think they'll be any good? Like, do you think they'll actually do anything other than just take away resurrection options?
Nope.
God damn it.
Oh yeah. They'll sell you extra lives.
Of course. Yeah. Yes.
I'm not even kidding. I'm 100% sure that's going to be a thing. That you can buy extra lives.
That will kill the servers.
Yep, but like. Oh, and they're going to do a Season of Mastery thing as well, where they allow you to transfer over max level characters to the server almost immediately. Like the definition of money horse.
Yeah. I don't think I never thought I would prefer EA over Blizzard.
Oh, no.
That does not sound like a good time.
I can't carry anymore.
I'll tell you this, if we both do die though and have to restart and start as duo, I will definitely jump on the horde because I do have my shaman ready.
Oh, you already have your shaman ready?
At level 1, yeah.
Okay, good shit, yeah.
Yeah, because I've reserved my names, you know, I want Shami DeVito to be mine.
Do you know what, do you have any spec already in mind that you want to play?
I was gonna do Resto and Elemental.
Fuck yes, you know what, I'm going for a tank then. If you play that, I'll play a tank.
That's pretty much the only way to do it. Maybe we'll make, like, leveling won't be super easy, but it'll be okay, and dungeon groups will be a joke.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's essentially a joke anyway.
Yeah.
For at least for the early game. I don't know how it's going to be later on. I don't know how many people are actually alive in their 40s and 50s.
A pretty decent chunk, from what I understand.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Could I please get that extra okra?
Don't count on it.
That would be really nice because then I can go down and slaughter some murlocs.
Oh, okay.
And just free up a massive amount of backspace.
Yeah. Troll chest. Take that quest.
Ah, there we go. Okra. Head over, sell. Head down and do the Murloc eyes. That's the last one.
Nice.
I do have. Oh, tetanus. Shit.
Well met. Be careful.
Oh, there's a path right here. I'll go get a drink real quick.
Yep, yep.
And my back hurt.
Have you done something to it, or you
Just basically from all I've been doing today, like carrying and like I've been running around with a wheelbarrow full of dirt all day, basically.
Fair enough.
About 1,000 kilos of soil I've moved.
Yeah, yeah.
So my legs are just so extremely sore I can barely stand. Go sell some of this.
King's honor, friend.
Where the fuck am I gonna go?
That is an excellent question.
Yeah,
Go with honor, friend.
it begs an excellent answer.
Yeah, I don't really know what answer I can give you, man. Ooh, 38 human paladin. You go fat. That's actually pretty impressive.
A little bit. Paladins are a struggle.
Yeah. Like if I was going to do alliance duo with somebody, that would definitely be the duo. The class I would go for would be a paladin, simply because of the extra help.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same with a priest. That's also something I would level as a duo.
I can see that. Priest is apparently pretty damn good in hardcore. I've heard.
Yeah, but if I wanted to do a priest, I would probably have to do a dwarf priest, honestly. Which kind of sucks. So are you recording your runs, or?
No, not at all. I should at least have something where I can press to record the last minute, or so. So
Yeah.
in case I die by griefers or something, I could.
Yeah.
But I don't have it.
Oh my god, has everybody just moved down here to do Murlocs now?
Yes.
That's annoying because... Oh, this is not just a duo, this is This is fucking... a trio, holy shit. Oh, you can just go. Fuck yourself. I'm gonna ninja all your mobs.
Mhm.
Yeah, you try to steal my tag now. So what are we? How does it feel, huh? Murloc eye, thank you. Hmm.
It's too far away.
Fetch a few more strawberries.
That's like a really good idea.
Yeah.
Oh my god, these Murloc eyes are coming in, loving it. And of course, this Murloc did not have an eye. Because of course he didn't. Why would he? It's a blind Murloc.
I'm out of range.
They don't have anything. Nope. Need to farm them later. Meat. Gortok. And North.
Oh, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Is there any way to actually tune into your stream through Discord? I'm trying to.
Should be. Should just be able to click on me and say view.
I am. Okay. No success. No, doesn't seem to want to do it today.
That's
I don't
weird.
get a, I don't get a button anywhere. It's literally like it says streaming hardcore. Warlock, how to live stream, but
That's really weird.
there we go. There we go. I was just blind. Not bad.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I have it. Is like people can click through there.
So that is how you look, huh? I have
Yeah.
never actually seen a picture of you.
That would be me. When I actually take care to have my head or have my hair actually cut.
Well, your voice matches up to how you look. That's
Well, I hope that's a good thing.
don't flatter yourself.
Basically, what you're saying is I sound like a fat fuck.
Your words.
Hey, I am not putting words in your mouth. I'm simply articulating what you're sitting there thinking.
Your UI is a fair bit nicer to look at than mine.
I've just played with LVUI for so long. I can't let go of it.
Hmm.
I probably should. There are better UIs out there. I just can't get rid of it.
Well, I mean, better in this sense, especially when playing classic, is quite subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I just like there are better UIs out there. It doesn't really, especially with classic, it doesn't really display all the information that you kind of want. But I like the clean setup and the relatively simple layout. So
Yeah, it's very clean.
have somebody been going around slaughtering all the gore tusks now that I actually need them? I call harassment if that's the case.
Well, I'm not entirely sure somebody's going to take claims of harassment from a little person as yourself very seriously.
Everybody listens to Demo Vito, you know.
Little people, big problems.
Yep, that's what I always say. Which annoys my wife to no end because she's not that tall.
Yeah. So has it ever occurred to you to name one of your gnome characters after your wife?
Yeah, no, I kind of like staying alive.
Yeah, I bet you do.
The day where I have a suicide wish or no longer wish to breathe, then that's the day I'll do it.
Yeah. You'll get a level 60 hardcore character, and then you'll name change it to your wife as a gnome.
Oh yeah,
She'll kill both you and the character.
probably, yeah.
Swing.
I wouldn't be surprised at the very least.
You know, I think it actually would be hilarious, absolutely hilarious, if PvP inside of battlegrounds actually existed on hardcore.
Well, it does. You are more than free to do it.
Yeah, but you can't use the gear from it, right? So nobody's.
No,
actually
that's true.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, imagine actually seeing people with fucking gladiator gear and shit because they've gone like 150 and 0 well, shit, yeah, of course, arena doesn't exist, but you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Like, that would be honestly impressive to see somebody having like the rank, right, to match, and just know that these guys have survived everything that's been thrown at them in hardcore.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely 100% just not been taken down by players or anything else.
But
Like that.
unfortunately, what I think it would propagate is people buying level 60 accounts all the more at hardcore just to PvP.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then of course there would be a lot more griefing where people would basically be targeting them in the battlegrounds and shit.
Yeah. But that would be
Hello.
like one of those ultra competitive areas, which I would love to see, because that would
Yeah.
make some good ass fucking YouTube content.
Oh, it really would, yeah.
For the Alliance.
Well met. Safe travels.
Need help?
Not really interested in having that. Get that. That's definitely useless as well. Not that because I'm not.
Light bless you.
So are you also using the voiceover
No,
add-on?
no.
I'm surprised at how little I actually listen to it or use it.
Yeah, because like I suppose it would be a bit immersive, but normally whenever I play, like because it's so grindy, right? Like I always listen to, if I'm by myself, which I am most of the time.
Be careful.
I'll watch some series or
Yeah.
whatever. And the last thing I want when watching that is hearing some fucking
Oh,
AI
yeah.
generated speech.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think it's a good thing, but it doesn't fit my playstyle very much.
No. I pretty much on board. Like I think it's neat, but like I just want to get going. You know, I know what I need to do with the quest, so I just want to keep going and leveling and get there as fast as I can.
Yeah.
I don't want to speed run it a little bit. We're at the point where I need to go to Red Switch. Yeah. Still have a bunch of quests here, honestly, still need to do. There's so many people here, it's not worth it.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Oh, there we go, William Lakeshire. That was time to go there, yeah, I knew. I figured.
Good day to you.
Aesthetically,
See you
I
later.
actually think leveling as an alliance is more pleasing.
Oh, definitely.
So I'm not like-
Quest-wise, once you're past level 20, Horde just has it so much better, in my opinion.
I don't like 20 pluses. Like after Barons, I fucking hate. There's a gap where before
can
you
I do
reach
for you?
Tanaris, I just don't
Okay.
like.
Okay. I think Horde has it way better than Alliance in that regard.
Well, to be fair, I've only ever leveled one Alliance character ever up until like 40, so I don't know what I'm talking about in that.
Yeah.
regard.
Well, 20 for Alliance is mainly Wetlands, and then late 20s it's South Shore or Hillspread Foothills.
Right.
So, and then Duskwood, and I just I'm not really a big fan of those areas. I have to say they don't really do it for me. Like Duskwood is pretty okay, but like Wetlands does nothing for me, honestly.
Right.
I can't remember why I 4 years ago almost sent you Dishonor and you and Dishonor on your cow. If I, for the life of me, can't remember why I sent that to you.
It's so standalone as well. It's like
Yeah,
it's
like
on its own day.
yeah, I can't fucking remember. I remember sending it to you. I don't remember why.
We must have had a call going, right?
Probably. Like, were
that
we
must have been
playing
the thing.
League or something? I don't remember.
2019, fucking July.
I don't remember what I was doing there.
I don't know, man.
But
That was the last time we spoke, was it?
yeah, it was.
Dude, fucking 4 years almost.
Yeah, yeah, like it's weird.
Shit.
Like the same with Tam. Like I looked at it the other day. I'm like, why haven't I talked to Tam in like 2 years now? I was like, oh yeah,
I mean,
I have.
that's more
I have.
self-explanatory.
I have. I just went. I have. I just haven't talked to him on Discord.
Yeah.
Like it's just like fuck me.
Yeah.
The time just goes by so quickly.
It accelerates, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it really does. But then again, in my mind, I'm still 19 years old, right? You know.
Of course, yeah, and
Yeah.
that's it's not likely to change, at least
No.
as a kid, and then just maybe.
Oh man, I have a godson. I'm just, believe me, I know how it feels to have a kid already. Fucking hell,
Okay.
little shitter, man. He's almost 2.5 years old, and he's just driving me crazy.
Well, I presume still he's not waking you up in super early every morning.
Oh no,
inside.
every day. No, he's actually pretty good at sleeping. Like
okay.
he's a good little boy. He's just annoying as hell when he just has a lot of energy, you know.
Yeah.
No anger towards him. He's a good little boy. He's just really energetic.
Have a good one.
Greetings.
Slot pack rank 2. I don't really want that. I sure really don't want that either. Torment is 20. Sacrifice is 16, so 2 more levels. And Consume Shadows is 18. Okay, so 16.
Oh, I just got 27. Yippee!
Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Just keep in mind, you are not allowed to die.
I am painfully aware for now. I'm sure that that awareness is going to dip on me when the weekend comes and a few drinks goes down, you know, and all of a sudden
yeah.
you think you're safe and you think you're having a good time, and then, well, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm quite hesitant on doing escort quests,
Oh yeah.
but I have quite out leveled this area, so maybe it's maybe it's a bit safe.
Yeah, probably.
He says, wanting to see a show of me die.
Hey, why do you think I'm still watching? Like 99% of people watching hardcore streams are only watching to see people die.
Oh yeah, I mean, single-handedly, that is the one reason.
Yeah.
You need something?
Iced wolf meat. was a little too late. I would have liked that earlier.
Hello.
Safe travels. Step on up.
What the fuck are these robots?
See you around.
That's a good question. There we go. Raw tusk liver pie.
What can I do for you?
Boiled clams, coyote steak. Yes, please. We're gonna spend a little bit of gold on getting cooking.
You getting cooking?
Yeah.
Well,
Like
what are you
that.
gonna be making?
What do you mean?
No, like what? Are you just doing cooking for the hell of it, or?
Oh no, just for the buff food, so I get a little bit extra stamina and shit.
Oh right.
Like 4 stamina isn't much, but it is in the beginning, right? So
Yeah.
So any stamina that helps, just gonna do that. Take every advantage I can get.
Son of a horse! Killed my machine.
Do I need them for bear meat, boar intestine? There we go. Stringy Walter meat, Murloc eyes, and Gortusk snacks. Yeah, I do, but I'm never gonna make that. So why am I keeping them? I'm gonna get more anyway. So
Looking for something specific?
I'll have some extra backspace.
Go with honor, friend.
Plop some of this into the bank.
Someone in my
You
guild
need
chat
something?
just said Skyrim hardcore. Now that sounds like a good reason to replay again.
Oh Jesus Christ!
That actually
That sounds like self-punishment, honestly.
Yeah, but it sounds like a hella good time. I like that.
Well, perhaps I'll need those later.
Elden Ring hardcore. Dark Souls hardcore.
Safe travels.
Well, I mean, Dark Souls, people have already done the deathless and like without taking a hit and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. So you know, it's kind of been beat already. But Elden Ring and Skyrim for sure. That sounds like.
Greetings.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Light bless you.
Woohoo! Four hours later, and 4 hours and 3 levels later. Woohoo!
Yeah. Classic. Woohoo!
Now the problem here is basically all the quest mobs being tagged in an area. So, like Westfall has been like the last hour and a half, right? So,
Yeah.
if that hadn't been the problem and I've been able to kill the Defiers and shit, I would have been level 15 by now. So,
Right.
yeah, that's just annoying that so many people online. Well, it's not, because it's great that the community is alive and well. But
Yeah. But at the same time, if they could only be alive and well somewhere else, that would be great.
yeah, different layer, please go away. Leave me alone. I want to have fun and be able to get at everything the first try. The rest of you can just go away.
Yep.
See you around.
And then once I'm 60 and done and ready to raid, please
Yeah.
come back.
Exactly. Whenever I want to do a dungeon, there should be 4 people available all the time, and when I want to raid, there should be people ready for that too. That's pretty much it. Yep.
And all those people that are supposed to be available, they can't be your equipment type either.
Oh, exactly, man. Like
Yeah.
I've no mages allowed in my dungeons.
No.
Priest, I kind of have to allow if I want a healer, but other than that, like that's about it. And I slap them if they look at his spell power gear or intellect gear.
Yeah.
Here there. Watch your back.
In with that. Do I have enough? I have more than enough room to pick up the quest.
No. Keep your feet on the ground.
Demonology is probably the right thing to go for here.
What's the right thing to go for? Sorry.
Starting to put points into demonology instead of going for improved life tap.
Oh, yeah.
20% more overall from life tap. It's not that big at this level, and improved void walker is starting to be important.
Yeah, I would go for that too.
And now we set out on the epic journey to Lakeshire. Which should honestly have been combined when once I've done the Defiance quests, but yeah.
Who gives it rats?
Well, I do, but
Well, okay, fair enough.
have you tried any of the Vanilla Plus or Classic Plus servers?
Don't even know what they are.
Well, basically, they take Vanilla or Classic World of Warcraft and then improve them, like make quality of life improvements and or add new classes in or something like that.
It's quite
So-
interesting.
So, for example, Duskhaven, for example, has implemented the Worgen, like the actual, not the Worgen from retail, but a Worgen class that you can play with custom areas and custom zones. And then
Right.
they've made you able to be like human that can change into a Worgen during a quest, which is actually pretty neat. They've made you able to, if you play as a priest, you can become a monk, like one of those Scarlet monks, so a monk playstyle. rather
Right,
than
he's a shapeshifter. Yeah.
no, like actually a monk, like real, like the monk from instead of Pandaren monk, like the monk that you meet in Scarlet Monastery. So you get to play as those.
Oh, okay.
So you as the level you in your disc spec, you get more of that. And then they've just implemented. They're just about to implement the Bard class, which you can be as an undead or as a dwarf. Then you get to play as a bard,
Right.
which is pretty cool. So they're doing all that sort of stuff, which is actually pretty neat.
Yeah. Are they adding any actual like content when it comes to dungeons?
Yeah, completely remaking Dead Mines and what's it called, Wailing Caverns and custom raids and shit. What they've made so far.
That is interesting. I need to YouTube some shit about that then. But
Yeah, I would definitely recommend Mac Doppels. Then he dabbles a lot into that.
Mac Dupples or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
MC doubles.
Yeah.
He's just a little too overexcited for my taste. Like he's just like, hey, whoa, hey, this is and just really hypey, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up, calm down.
Yeah, I can't really stand that either.
Like, dude, it's not the best thing in the world. Shh, relax, you're a YouTuber. Shh, chill. Go sit down in the corner and take some Ritalin, and we can talk in half an hour when you've calmed down.
Yeah.
You're going up to Ninja Mario Fruit. You are, big bag.
Speaking of Ritalin, was it common in your experience that students were
No,
using and abusing?
no, not at all.
In Denmark, in general, is that
rarely happens, man. Like mainly because it requires so much work to get a prescription for it.
right? Okay.
Yeah, so like you need proper diagnosis. You need 2 or 3 doctors and psychologists to have signed off on it before you're even able to get it.
I was gonna say yeah, because it's so hard to get an ADHD diagnosis these days.
Well, it's not hard to get an ADHD diagnosis, but it is very restricted, honestly.
To get the medication for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh my god, we got a griefer with Turamus the Devourer being kited through Elvin. Holy shit.
Oh my god. Yeah, I see.
Fuck me. I was like, what is that Horde character doing here? And then, fuck me, my alarm just went.
You could have totally bit the dust there.
Oh yeah, I would have been dead. Like, I don't understand people who do that, honestly.
I mean, I understand them.
Oh yeah, I do. I just don't understand why people get pleasure out of it.
Yeah.
But to me, it just seems like such. Okay, you've just spent half an hour, 45 minutes of your time just doing that.
Yep.
You're like, okay, and what did you achieve from it other than having people die?
Well, might be reductive to say that it's just cry for attention, but
Light bless you.
I think it's essentially just a cry for attention.
Attention, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I normally say with people who drive really recklessly and stuff, like especially if it's guys are like, oh, okay, you have a very small wiener.
Yep.
Like, are
I
you
would
even
re-
getting experience from these guys?
Sorry?
Are you even getting experience? Because to me, it seems like you're not getting any experience on your bar.
No, I haven't. I haven't gotten any experience whatsoever because I was literally looking for these 2 machines for this one quest, and I found both corpses dead.
Okay.
But now I realized I had this quest over here as well, which is actually for level 27, which I could go and do. But additionally, this place here is super high up on bridges in the mountains.
Yep.
Do you know what? I'm good.
Well,
I mean, I have. Okay, fuck it. I'm going to do it.
If I can get people killed, woo!
Yeah.
I'm gonna go solo belly grab at level 14. Come back, Hillary's necklace later. Actually felt good.
It's actually right.
I actually wondered.
what can I do?
I'm actually gonna ask and laugh at me if you want, but does the restriction of trading and shit get lifted once you're max level?
Not to my knowledge. But I really have no idea what happens
I
when you hit.
supply only the
If
finest
anything
goods.
changes when you hit max level.
But how the what about enchants and shit stuff like that and people crafting shit for you? I don't understand how.
I don't think it's lifts at
Hello.
all.
Okay,
Have a good one.
I don't think so.
that's honestly a little fucked up though.
It is a bit fucked up. Like
Have a good one.
I think one thing it should at least unlock is the enchanting, so you would be able to trade item in.
Yeah, exactly.
Light be
That way you could get not just enchantments, but you could get like blacksmithing whetstones applied to you.
Yeah.
You could get all of that stuff, and you could get like lock boxes unlocked for you, and
Yeah.
yeah, I would be on board with that.
We are losing people in our guild right now.
Greetings.
We just lost 3 in a row.
Have a good one.
Oh,
Greetings.
Mostly for them to. Mostly it's because they're running into shit and dying and not thinking things through, I think.
Well met.
oh, okay.
See you around. Hello.
Yeah, it's Darkshore. They're just running around in Darkshore getting absolutely destroyed.
Are there any dungeons in particular that you're dreading to go to?
Yeah, Sunken Temple is my probably
yeah.
the one I'm the most scared of.
A lot of things can go wrong in there.
Yeah, Stratholm is one I fear as well.
Yeah.
BRD seems to be really
Have a good one.
claiming a lot of lives.
Well, the thing is, BRD is pretty fucking easy, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. But it's very long and arduous.
Yeah,
And
so you
you have-
lose
then you have-
focus.
Yeah, and you have the torch room at the end of it, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but most of the deaths I've actually seen has been on the last boss on F Emperor. So that's surprising, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, no, what, like, that's probably the 2 dungeons on, like, Stratholm and Sunken Temple is the ones I find them the nastiest. I guess honestly, Sulfurak can be nasty as well, but that's mainly if you don't coordinate and play together.
Yeah,
So
and at that point in time, it's like you can have a mount sorted, and
yeah,
there's a lot. There's a multiple spots where you can go up to get the mobs to evade, and you know
yeah,
there's a lot of that good stuff there. But
yeah. Like older man can be pretty scary as well if you don't know what you're doing. But then again, like oh, that was a sad little resist there.
you happy? You got me up on these fucking bridges, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go, go. Okay, you know what the Horde doesn't have that the Alliance have that is just a million times better?
Self-respect.
That too, but no. The Alliance has the entry music to Stormwind. There is
Oh, okay.
that is still the jam, like the actual fucking jam. That is really epic. That's one of the best pieces of music in the game, in my opinion. Uh-oh.
I don't really remember it, to be honest.
Come on, come on. Come on, little venture co-builder. You know you want to go down and say hello to Mishaka down there.
Need help?
Man, this place is gonna be the death
The
of me.
Alliance.
I swear, I'm gonna fall, and I'm gonna panic so much when I'm falling that I'm not even gonna be able to click my slow fall, and I'm just gonna die and hate myself.
Yep.
I saw a clip of a druid run here, and he tried to jump across here,
Yeah.
because when you're standing here, you can't see that there's a gap in between, and he ended up in between and fell to his death.
Oh. Honestly, though, he deserved it.
It kind of a little bit, yeah. Oh, there's wrench whistle.
Get that sheep going, boy.
Yeah. How many are up there, though? I got
3. I saw 3 moving around.
No, but there's only 2 on the platform.
Yeah, 2 on the platform. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well met.
I would probably have gone the other way around, but yeah.
Oh my fuck.
You got 11 seconds. You're good.
I'm gonna resheep. Fuck it. I'm gonna play this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You cancel that. That was brilliant.
Oh no.
You broke that.
This is going. Do you know what?
Nah, you're bailing. Oh.
I'm bailing.
That was just a resheep, and then bandage up, and you would have been good. And you have probably should have popped a potion. Yeah, good.
It's very. I could have done it, but I'm gonna do it again and do it right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Man, the fact that fucking polymorph got cancelled because I got hit when the animation showed.
Yep. That sucks.
Oh man.
I was like, oh, poor buddy.
You're like, he's panicking. He's panicking. And those fucking stairs as well, man. That was just, it couldn't have gone worse.
No, I couldn't have. Honestly, you're right.
And I was so sure that when I polymorphed that I would
Light
pull,
with you.
but apparently I can pull just one of them anyway and didn't have to kill
Light bless you.
Yeah.
the side guy.
Hello. Safe travel.
Oh fuck, these is just level 21s. I don't even have to kill them. I can just.
I would have laughed so hard.
I know.
I would have cried a little bit inside for you, but it would have lasted only a moment.
And, you know, now I'm doing the stupid thing as well, whereas I'm just walking up to this guy with the other guys are using a respawn. I'm gonna fuck myself
Yeah.
up.
No, you're
But,
good. You're
you
good.
know-
If you pull now, you'll be good.
And then we'll do this. And we'll do this. And there we are. And that's how easy it was.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
No reason to run away the first time.
Alright. Whee! Thank God for
The-
slow fall though.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see that. You know what really would suck?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember it, but I remember it vividly. Doing hardcore in Cataclysm, because at any given time, Deathwing could show up and burn the fucking zone to crisp, killing everybody in it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's glorious. I got that. I literally, I had been up for like a whole day just playing, right, getting to max level, and I literally just dinged. And then Deathwing just blew over the whole of Twilight Highlands, killing everybody. I was like, ah, fuck off. Literally got to max level. I was like, okay. Well, that's a good way to end it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's quite theatrical. Like,
Yeah. Hey, I'm ready to take on Deathwing and his minions, and I'm okay. No, I'm not.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't like Cataclysm. I did play and defeat Deathwing, but it was like it was so anticlimactic in a sense because it was.
Oh yeah.
I leveled super easily because leveling was super easy, and then without doing any previous, I don't even remember the dungeons or whatever grind had to be made before getting Deathwing, but I did all the necessary things without getting any gear from anywhere. I was still in greens and blues and some epics, and I got into one of the like first
Greetings, honor
pugs on
friend.
the server to do at Deathwing, and only it was like was it 15 man or something? I don't even remember. 10 man? I can't even remember. But I got into the pug, and we just went through the entire dungeon in green, blue, and epic gear. No wipes whatsoever. Killed Deathwing. And that was that.
Yeah. The end of the expansion was pretty meh.
Yeah, it was like just like okay. I mean, it looked gorgeous. The fight, the what's it called? The whirlwind. What's the place called? Maelstrom. Right.
Yeah.
It was fucking beautiful, but just disappointing gameplay wise.
I was a little underwhelming, honestly. It was honestly very underwhelming.
Content wise, I think it could have been one of the best expansions.
I think they underestimated how much people wanted challenging beginner content, honestly.
Yeah.
A lot of people went into that expansion going, you know what? I can't heal this dungeon, or I can't tank this dungeon, so it's too hard and I'm going to quit. I appreciated the content difficulty, but they just spent 2 years, 2.5 years teaching people basically you don't have to do shit to do dungeons. And then to step into that again, it was a miscalculation on their part.
Yeah.
I honestly think that was their biggest mistake, because honestly, I thought the expansion itself was decent and the fights and dungeons were decent once you got a hang of it, but the fact that you could sit in full raid gear and still struggle with dungeons. That made no sense. Heroic dungeons. But that was the throwback to like TBC. Like TBC heroic dungeons weren't a joke even in full gear. You had to pay attention.
They were for experienced players.
Yeah.
But there was like so many uncertainties in
Mhm.
TBC heroic dungeons. You know, like stealthy rogue mobs and
Yeah.
that literally just come out of nothing and then fuck you up. But if you knew the position of mobs and you knew which groups chain pulled, etc., then yeah, you know, you could handle it in
Oh yeah,
quick game.
yeah, definitely. But that was the point, and that was the same with Cataclysm dungeons. Once you knew how to handle them, they wasn't a challenge. Well, you still had to do everything correctly, but you weren't like, oh my god, I'm gonna die or feel like you were gonna die every 5 seconds. And I think they really overestimated the amount of people who wanted that.
Yeah, I can subscribe to that. I think so.
Then I think they made a mistake, and I think that was honestly their biggest mistake. Because honestly, I like Cataclysm. I like the design of getting your signature spell. Like if you picked a talent 3, you got a signature spell at level 10. I think that made a lot of sense to make the
What can I do for you?
talent trees and the specs feel more alive and more versatile than waiting until you were level 40 to get, in some cases, to get a signature spell, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, it made no sense for me, like, for example, for paladins to be level 40 because they, in Retribution, before they got their Crusader Strike, this thing that actually makes the game, like the spec, playable. I don't know how else to say it. Like, that didn't make any sense to me.
No, I agree with that.
Like, changing that definitely makes sense.
And I think they were also like, I think that's, I don't know if that started happening in Wrath or if it started happening in Cataclysm, but when they first introduced the possibility to XP lock your character at a level,
Yeah.
I think that was the point at which they could have like saved the game for decades to come.
Yeah.
Like, because that was their ticket towards making every single bit of content that they ever created for every expansion continuously be relevant.
Yeah.
That way they could have like never had to make any legacy servers, never had to make any reboot of legacy servers. If they would have done that and then like very maybe like periodically create some new content and updates for every single level bracket, so everything would have been one entire full game with every single player like of World of Warcraft, so to speak, on one single platform, it would have been fucking beautiful. The community would have been bigger than ever, and yeah.
I think what the main issue with even that is people didn't want the new talent trees and shit. So unless they actually made the talents like you being able to pick your expansion to play in, I don't think that would make the most sense. Because well, like you did see guilds going in for it. You did see Mr. GM going for the 60, 70 and 80 guild runs that he did on legacy content and trying to make those things happen. But it was never the real experience, because even with the challenge of the game was completely gone because you were so overpowered at level 60 with your abilities. So it just never really caught on.
Or the Alliance.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for that.
That kind of is one of the reasons that most people got turned off of using the level cap, was because they actually felt like they never really got the sense of playing that. They've got the sense of breezing through the game.
Yeah, no, that's quite right. I forgot about that. That was a big change in it. And maybe there's a chance for them that they could have like, but it would have been very complex. But it might have been possible to in some way maintain your same talents for a level bracket, and then once you reach the new level bracket, you had like if you locked your XP at 60, for example, you still had the talents of classic,
Yeah.
but the moment you stepped over that, yeah, that would have been strange.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, that's
careful.
probably true. That probably breaks the idea.
I think that would have been that. I think that I know for a fact that that's one of the reasons that those things kind of broke much of it.
Yeah.
However much I think you are right, it would have been. I think it would have made. I think it would have made sense, honestly, in a gameplay standard. That would have been half measure than for example.
Yeah, the other side of the coin would be if they just would have made a talent tree, etc., like mastery.
Oh yeah.
That allowed for all different expansions that didn't make old content entirely outscaled.
Yeah, I agree. I think honestly, what I think kind of started breaking, like one of the reasons I still played Cataclysm, right, and still really enjoyed Cataclysm and plays most of the other expansion, was because certain aspects of the game was still there. What broke a lot of what in a lot of ways broke me a little bit was taking away my interest in, for example, professions.
Right.
With the current system, the way it's set up now, oof, you are looking. This is looking dicey.
Yep.
But one of the things that broke something in me was when they wanted to, like, the talent trees. Yes, they needed to be simplified. Otherwise, at this point, you would be in retail. You would be running around with about 150, 160 talent points. So it kind of makes sense to avoid the whole oh my god. Well, don't you wish you were a warrior right now?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. That made sense, but it does not make sense to me right now that professions have become this lackluster. Like, the only profession that made sense to me right now would be, like, enchanting doesn't make sense at all anymore.
Oh wait, are we talking classic or retail now?
Retail.
Oh,
like, okay, it makes no sense to me
Go with honor, friend.
to go enchanting. Yeah, but first of all, you can buy them online. But second of all, it is absolutely useless. Like, I actually mean, it is completely useless because, like, the enchants work, yeah, but you can only put, like, an enchant on your rings.
Yeah.
And what the fuck? Who the fuck came up with that? Oh, and why would I have jewel crafting when I can only, like, once in a while get an item with a socket? No, let me have sockets on every item again. On items that, so you can see which item have socket. Let's go back to that. Why did we remove that?
Yeah, that was strange.
Like, oh, it's because we want you to be able to use your gear right away. Well, fuck that. And nobody asked for that. Who the fuck asked for that idea? The only people who want that are hardcore players who are doing world first. That would be nice for them. But you know what those people do anyway? You know, they bring enchanting materials and gems with them to the raid anyway. Like, everybody did that. Nobody showed up to raid and didn't have the sock or the gems ready they needed, or the enchants ready for the character they wanted to play on. Like, nobody was stupid enough to do that. It's just like, are you fucking kidding me? You basically tried to solve a problem that didn't exist. And to me, that killed the game for me. That my professions became that useless. That kind of you pretty much skimped a whole profession. Oh, and Inscription. Let's not forget Inscription, which you designed to give cool effects to your shit. Well, you moved any viability for that spec because now it's just basically cosmetic design and having fun. Where's the gameplay aspect impact of it?
Yeah, I never even learned what Inscription was.
Like, honestly, they designed so many things that just, in the end of the day, they just didn't want to balance, and then they scrapped them again.
Yeah, there was definitely someone who made a pretty well laid out case about the manner in which they operate when it comes to introducing new content, which is not just do they introduce an infinite amount of new content, which they then just scrap. They introduce an infinite amount of new systems into the games, which don't connect with each other, they don't rely on each other, and they don't intertwine with each other. And then they don't do anything with them further. And now they're stuck with all of their content, essentially, like the bulk of all of their content being connected to these systems. And if they removed it, they would remove a fuck ton of content, some which is absolutely crucial to the game, but that doesn't intertwine with anything else whatsoever. So,
like, this is the problem. They've had 2 expansions in a row now. With, for example, the Covenant system they had last expansion, Shadowlands, because there were abilities there that are crucial to a spec that make the spec viable, and now they have to give those abilities to the player now that the Covenant's gone. The same with the artifact system. Now people have to have those abilities as well, and it's just, why why would you do it if it's not something you want to use? Why did I get this massively overpowered legendary weapon and only get to use it for 1 expansion?
Yeah.
Like, what was the point then? And Blizzard has never been able to explain it. It's just we don't want to do it anymore. Well, fuck you. I want to run around with my weapons.
Well, I think their retort to that is about the same. Fuck you!
Yeah. Well, why would you give me Ashbringer as a paladin, and then after that expansion tell me, you know what, I know you went out of your way to level this up and want to play with it. I'm taking it away.
Yep.
Well, go fuck yourself then.
It's like, then what was the fucking point?
Yes, exactly. And see, this is the thing that made me feel so frustrated with World of Warcraft in the long run, was their idea that making something available all the time and then removing it just picked it up. But they used the legendary to save Avatar. Yeah, but that's just lazy writing.
Yeah.
Like, Stan, that's just lazy storytelling. It's pretty much the same as going in and having a character come back, or having basically, like, it's just, I know, sapping the power out of shit, but that's just lazy writing, honestly.
Yeah. It really undermines the importance of the events inside of a narrative.
Yeah.
In the sense that the entire fundamental reasons, or one of the very fundamental reasons why MMOs are so appealing to people, is because they're able to make a character and put themselves into a narrative.
Yeah.
And when that becomes inconsistent through their design, it's just, all of a sudden, what you create, what you experience, the way you put yourself into that narrative is, well, the immersion is broken, and not just the player immersion, so to speak, but the person's immersion into what should we call it, your character.
It's one of the reasons I believe Classic is so popular, is the fact that what you do actually impacts your character in a meaningful way.
Yes.
Like, getting gear means something.
Yeah.
I Stan, I'm not. Don't get me wrong here, and you know, Mishaka here will back me up. I've said that. I think that Dragonflight has done a lot of right things, and I actually think it's one of the better expansions to date. Mainly because until they released the rings, for example, there was no new system I had to learn that would impact my gameplay.
I haven't looked into Dragonflight at all.
Like
yet.
there was no you had to farm this like artifact power or covenants. Those things were yes, they were still there. The system was definitely still there. Like, don't get me wrong. But the system wasn't there in a way where it impacted me. Like, we still have to farm the reputation with the factions and stuff, and it gives you bonuses, and it gives you bonuses to crafting and make you able to craft recipes that you can use for raiding and shit. But you still have ways of attaining that gear. There wasn't a legendary I had to farm to be able to raid.
No, right, yeah.
Like, that, to me, was one of the things that make the most sense with this expansion. Was I could play it, I could mainly go in and do the things I wanted to do while not being pigeonholed into doing content that I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
So we could step into Mythic Plus together, Stan, you and I. We did a lot of that. But imagine if I had to spend 2 or 3 hours daily farming shit up to be able to do that. That would not be fun for me. And that is what they're starting to do again. With the rings, for example, with you now having to farm the random rings, that is pissing me off. Go fuck yourself, Blizzard. Okay, that was a little too close for comfort.
Respectfully, yours.
No, I'm not even going to be respectful. That is bullshit.
Yeah.
I find that utter bullshit that I have to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to do that. Fuck off. Alright, I'm going to switch to my imp while we're here. Because White Walker isn't able to tank shit anyway. But that's what I'm thinking too. But like, they've nerfed. We both know this, Stan. They've nerfed 20% of my healing on my evoker because I now get that healing from the ring because they've implemented that ring, right? So without that ring, my evoker now is less powerful, which means that if, let's say, which we know he does, let's say Taz farms that ring, that means I do 20% less healing than Taz. And Taz will now be able to outperform me consistently in the raid because he's farmed it. I think that is bullshit.
Yeah.
I could understand if it was about getting an item, getting gear, that going into the raid to do it. But what they're doing is pigeonholing me into doing world content that I don't care about, random events that I don't care about, to be able to do the content I want to do. That I find ridiculous.
Yeah.
If it meant me farming mythic dungeons with you, perfect. Let me do 100 mythic dungeons with you to get that ring. But I'm actually being forced to do content I don't care about, that I find actually mind-numbingly boring, to get the ring. And that's what they did with pretty much everything in the game in the last few expansions. So that's why I hated Shadowlands. That's why I hated Legion, even though most people still say Legion was an okay expansion. I hated BFA for that, because they did these things to me. They pigeonholed me into doing things I don't care about. I don't want to farm that shit. I don't want to spend hours doing that shit. I want to log on to a raid, do a missing dungeon, go offline again. I understand that I'm not going to get as much gear. I understand that it has consequences for my gameplay, but why would it why would why would I need to do something in the regard of the gameplay? Like, you don't go up to like PvP players and say, oh, in order for you to be able to be effective in PvP, now you have to run around for 3 hours doing this thing. No, they don't do that. Why would they expect it from PvEers? Yeah, no, I'm so very salty about that.
I couldn't tell.
Well, it's just that's kind of the moment an expansion dies for me, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I understand sometimes you have to go back and do content you don't agree with, or you have to do an instance you don't really want to do again, go back to do heroic, but those are PvE type activities. Running around on a flying mount pulling random quest mobs, that means nothing to me.
No. I mean, it's purposefully designed to just make you grind out something to spend time on it for their benefits, I suppose.
It's getting me to invest in a game like we talked about earlier. It's to get me to invest more time and making me less likely to quit the game because I already invested 30 more hours into it.
I need to look up that term. It's bothering me.
Like, I don't mind. Feel free to make me play World of Warcraft. Just make me do it.
Yeah. It's kind of like, it's okay if you piss in my mouth. Just don't tell me it's raining.
Yeah, but just don't lie to me and say, "Oh, this is amazing." No, just tell me it sucks, because it does.
Yeah.
And don't tell me it's great game design. It's lazy game design. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's just like those, when you play a really, 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 really great game. Like, for example, when you play, I don't know, if you play an action game, right? And you have this forced stealth mission you have to complete in order to continue on.
Yeah.
Like, it's like going in and buying Forza and wanting to race, and then being told, oh yeah, before you can race more, you now have to spend an hour basically shooting a gun at targets. That's not why you bought Forza. You don't want to shoot a gun at targets. You want to race. But now you have to do that instead, because, well, that's what the game designer wants you to do. Well, then don't make a racing game. And I know that's a simplification because this is an MMO and it's supposed to appeal to a broader audience, but, like, I like my simplification.
Yeah, but also, even though it's an MMO, it's kind of like the best games that have been made from game developers that want to develop the best kind of game for themselves. Like,
yeah.
And I think that's the only attitude you need to have. It's like, if you try to cater to the wills and wishes of too many people, you'll end up pleasing none. That's really what it's going to come down to.
Ding! Yay! There we go again.
Congrats.
Thank you. Well, I've only been playing for 9 hours. I thought I'd been playing way longer. I thought it was at 14 or 15 hours. Holy shit. Okay, that's not as bad then. That just shows you how slow the pace is in this game, right? I feel like I've been playing this for 14 hours. Actually, you've only been playing for 9.
I think I've gotten 3 bars of experience in the last 1.5 hours, so
yeah.
I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I think World of Warcraft would survive just being an MMO, honestly. But I think World of Warcraft, I think it's great that they've added the option of doing pet battles. I think it's really great that World of Warcraft have added the option of doing world content, solo content, and having those challenges. I think all of those things are great. I think it's really wrong to tie them so massively together that I, as a raider, could feel forced to do pet battles, for example. That I find utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
But luckily they haven't gone that far yet. But, and yeah, you can argue that you would always had to do world content, right? And they're probably right. We always had to do world content, but that would be farming resources that I could go and buy instead, or it would mean being able, everything I've been able to purchase my way out of. But I can't purchase my way out of having to farm a legendary item or specialized item.
No.
See, what I have a pretty good example. So what, for example, the ring should have been like a drop from a boss in an instance. Here's my thought. So, for example, here in Classic, if you want to get your Shadow Bolt or your ability, that main damaging ability, the max level for PvE, you have to go do AQ, for example, to get the next book. But it's a random drop, so you have to do that. So in order to become the best possible outcome, get the best possible rank of a spell, you have to go do AQ to get it, because that's where you use it. That makes sense, right? So in order to get that, you have to go and do it. What doesn't make sense is say, oh, you want the best possible Shadow Bolt spell. Well, here now you have to go fish for 16 hours to get it, which is kind of what they're doing here. It's the same with cooking, for example, in Dragonflight. And one of the things that annoyed me was, in order to level my cooking, I had to go and fish, level fishing, to fish to get the recipes.
Yeah.
What can I do
Okay, sweet that you tie those things together and make it
for the Alliance?
something I have to do, and making both professions viable for each other, because you've done that before. But isn't that like, I what if I don't want to be a fisherman? What if I just want to be a cook? What if I just want to be a cook? Well, why are you forcing me to fish all of a sudden? And then you can come with the, oh, but you can buy them on the auction. Yes, you can, for insane amount of gold. So that's what made it doable or manageable for me, was that aspect of me being able to go buy it.
Yeah.
But the ring, I can't go buy that ring. I can get the ring, but I can't go buy the gems that need to go into the ring, because I need to farm them doing content I don't like. I have to actually fly around doing world bosses, which means nothing to me, give me nothing but a chance to get that ring. Okay, that's not fun. Tell me I need to go kill that specific mob to get that gem. Okay, now we're talking. You have to kill this mob that spawns at this location to get the ring, or get this. Okay, I'll do that. But don't tell me you have to kill a random selection of mobs and there's these 16 different or 17 different gems you can get, and you'll get a random one of those. Oh, by the way, there's only like a 0 point or a 3% chance you get that item anyway. Like, okay, yeah, fuck you then.
I feel like we're coming to the same conclusion in a lot of these areas.
Yeah. No, I'm not
And
saying
I'm not arguing. I'm totally with you on the fuck you
Looking
Blizzard
for something
train.
specific?
But,
No, but like Stan, I don't want more challenging world bosses. I don't mind that. What I mind is being told, here's a time waster. It's not about my ability to play the game, and I'm not going quicker in the game because I'm better at the game. What I'm being done is artificial obstacles are being created that I have no control over. I can be the best player in the world, and I'd still have to kill. You spent maybe 4 or 6 hours doing world content that I don't enjoy doing, instead of being able to go to a single mob, kill it, and move on. And it takes 3 hours, but it's 3 hours doing things I don't enjoy doing. That's my point. It's necessary for what I want to do. I don't want to do it. I hate it. Why can't I do something I want to do it?
Have a good one.
Why can't I be a lazy fuck and buy it? Like, that's my point. So my point is also being such a big upgrade should not be locked behind something else like that. Like, it's a big upgrade. I get that. Like, I understand if it was a long quest chain for a myth for a legendary that I could get. That I understand. But why? And I mean this, but why would I want to do something for something else? Like, in my mind, it needs to be massive upgrade, like massive upgrade, or it should be like the 0.1% extra increased damage that I can do. Like that's the thing I think Classic does really well is the aspect of, if you want to do max DPS, if you want to, then you can go, and if you can do 0.5% more damage than everybody else because you went and did a specific quest line or spent 500 hours playing the game more than somebody else,
Yeah.
go ahead. That makes sense. But to put you miles and miles ahead of everybody else because you spent hours doing something else in the game, that I don't agree with. Separation does make sense in some regards. Not racial, not segregation that way, but segregation in gaming makes sense in some regards when it comes to
See you later.
gameplay.
Hey there.
And I think I speak for a lot of PvPers as well. I have had them. How many times have PvPers not said, how is it fair that we're forced to do PvE in order to get an item that is mandatory to basically be able to survive in PvP environment? I think that's a very fair point. This is pretty much my point as well here. That's not fair. That's just weird game design.
I think Blizzard doesn't consider the 3-4 hours it would take to get the ring a considerable amount of time, which is just further to the argument that they don't respect their player base's time. But I don't think they consider that amount of time considerable.
No, but for example, give me, like, I don't mind spending 3 hours doing something, but don't make it random. Give me a quest chain. Give me a story I can follow to get to it. And at the end of my journey, there is this massive reward. But making me run around in the real world just killing random mobs until I get something, that's not memorable. That's not exciting. That's just
Right, yeah.
Like, I don't mind that. I don't mind grinding, but I want it to be more than just kill random shit. I want it to be a story that evolves.
Yeah.
Something I unlock, something I feel progression in, rather than just random luck. Random luck is great as long as you feel like you are making progress in some sort, but you're not if it's just random luck for random luck. And I think, Stan, you make a very valid point. I also think that's one of the reasons why Ascension has become very successful, for example, is because they've separated the aspect of, just like, they still have spell power and all that shit, but they've actually said, okay, we have a separate system that's called PvE and PvP power. So if you do PvE, you get items that has PvE power on it, and that improves your gameplay in PvE aspects. And if you do PvP, you have an aspect that not only that gives you raw stats, but only improves your survivability and your damage in PvP environments. So those two don't transfer. I think that's a very good way of doing it. But honestly, I think Blizzard has, in many ways, just when, you know what, we're going to do as little as we can for as much money as we can. That's okay. Just not what I want. Anyway, that is almost 5 hours of streaming, and I think that's more than enough for me for today.
Yeah, I'm just about to butt up myself as well.
Yeah,
But
I've
honestly, dude, a fucking blast catching back up with
yeah, you
I'm,
too, man. And then this sound wrong, but I really do hope you perish at some point so we can do.
You're not the first person who says that to me today. Well, the first part of perishing, but
Okay, yeah, okay. They didn't want to do you duo; they just wanted to see you dead.
yeah, more or less.
Wow, yeah, that's
Yeah.
nasty. Anyway, have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too, dude.
All right, yeah,
I'll talk to you later.
yeah, see ya. Anyway, we're gonna round that off right there. It's a good way to start. I like 4 levels. That's okay. We did that in a few hours. Got to level 15. Pretty cool with where we are at the moment. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I will be back tomorrow in the morning and in the early hours with some more hardcore World of Warcraft, and then I'll be back Thursday with Cities Skylines. Actually, well, depending, I might actually have to do some raiding, depending if Northern Lights are actually looking like we might raid. We do have 2 tanks. We do have 4 DPS, 3 healers. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be forced to DPS, so maybe bring the Warlock for that. So we'll see if it's a new raid on Thursday or not. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. And we will, of course, do some music. We have the Watered Lamb, Water, the Brew, Stonefire. There we go. That's the good exit music.